Greetings, Rob. We are live.
Well, Roberto, first of all, let me thank you in advance for
Of
once
course.
again setting up these member chats for you delightful members on the Burnettwork. Of course, the Burnettwork is becoming more of a network every day. You proudly every bi-weekly, you with
Bi-weekly.
Alex. Now, let me ask you, it's Alex Montano, but I want to say Montano.
You want to say Montaño? I think it's just you have that. I think you have some. You have to check your ancestry. There might be some Spanish or Mexican background or Latin American there that wants to just come
Yeah,
out of
I
you
got
with the ñ. So you want to say Montaño, but as
Montano,
far as I know, it is with an N, not with an
just
ñ.
Montano.
Montano. Yep.
And
Yep.
as far as my background goes, it really all comes back to Latin girls.
That's
In my
what it
past.
is.
You can never go wrong until the plates start flying.
So yes,
But there's things that make the plates flying bearable.
that's true.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
true. That's true.
But
But
so
yeah,
you
so we got
you
the
have one of
network
the
going.
got the network going. You have a great show that's now bi-weekly. It's Que Pasa PGS.
That's right.
And then we've got has two shows now. She dropped a review of Planet of the Apes.
Right. It looks like they're gonna be revisiting specific IPs.
Yes, specific IPs, Leonel Creole and others on her shows. And then excitingly enough, we had Israel. King Tannic himself dropped the first episode of, I thought, a very well-produced show, not a live show. It's pre-produced. It's a pre-recorded, but he did a great job for the Otaku Experience.
The Otaku Experience. I had a blast watching it. I dropped a comment to him and wanted to let him know how proud and excited I am to have him also on board helping out here. So
He did a fantastic job.
Great job.
And he sent me I told him, I said I would like to get the shows done like 5 days in advance.
Right.
And he sent me a thumbnail, and then he put all the timestamps in the description. So what YouTube does is if you have the timestamps in the description, they automatically break it out for you and make it searchable via Google. So I've noticed that over the last, it started small, but as the days go by, he's getting quite the audience. The show's going to, I think, pass 1,000 views today. It's a great show. And, King Tannic is 20 and I'm an old fart. So I'm happy to have a young voice.
When he said he was 20, I was like, oh my God. So
Well, he's a very, very articulate guy, and he's
Yeah.
passionate about the subject matter. He really knows his stuff.
yeah.
And I appreciate the research. And, I always wanted this YouTube channel to not just me opining and having different kinds of shows. I keep getting feedback from native Spanish speakers how good Que Pasa PGS is. We got to figure out a way to get it seen more in Latin markets.
Well, maybe I need to do what King Tannic is doing and figure out the timestamps and stuff too. Maybe that will help with searchability as well.
Yeah, and you can go back and you put those in the descriptions, and when you do different topics, that's really helpful because it adds it'll take the thumbnail and add it.
Great.
So it's pretty neat. Utilizing YouTube. Let's face it, network television is dying on the vine. Streaming is
I know.
in flux, and I think creating noteworthy or valuable programming on YouTube is certainly of the now.
Correct.
So.
Yeah.
And as long as what people want is well produced content that has something meaningful to offer.
Yeah.
And I think your show does a great job. King Tannic show does a great job, and what is doing is also great.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to there might be some moves we're making on the channel that are going to expand it, hopefully expand the viewership. And
I would love to someday even have like a programming schedule for the Burnettwork where you can see, hey, what's available at what times, and you can just kind of check it throughout the week. I would be so much fun.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to be able to do, so we can release a programming guide and what we're going to. That would be the dream, and I think that's what we're working towards.
Yeah, it always will be there for future viewing, but it'd be nice for any live releases or live streams to just have it kind of on a schedules for people who want to interact and stuff. So
yeah, and the overarching philosophy is everybody, has a story to tell, and
yep,
all you have to do is listen, and then also being a place where fans can come, and the post geek singularity is, I always say, it's the best fan community on YouTube, where all points of view are welcome, as long as they are respectfully presented, and honor the viability and the of other viewpoints.
Yeah.
And it's funny, every time I reach out, I had a lot of fun going on the Critical Drinkers stream this week. Specifically, he asked me to come talk about The Last of Us, episode 3, which has been getting a lot of backlash, but both he and Mahler quite enjoyed the episode. And we had a pretty interesting panel, but I thought it was a great panel. And a lot of people come after me that I'm friends with, people object that I'm friends with certain YouTubers. And I'm like, look, we're all bound by our fandom. And while I might not agree with everyone's presentation or what everybody says, some people are a lot more incendiary than I am. This idea that I'm not supposed to interact with people is anathema to me. I don't believe in that. I think you should be able to talk to everybody. Right. And it's a skill people are forgetting. Yeah. And I think this channel stands for all of that. It stands for diversity of thought, diversity of belief, diversity of interaction, and I've always believed in that. That was something I think my father instilled in me. He never said a bad word about anybody, but he would always have an interesting, insightful comment about them. He didn't agree with people, but he didn't ever besmirch them or condescend to them or have bad words to say about them.
Or treat them with disrespect, right?
He never did.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that great community, we've got about 16 members waiting for us to join us here in the members-only Zoom call. A reminder for those of you watching, if you ever want to join us in these Zoom calls by becoming a member in YouTube, which is, I want to say it's as little as $1 a month, then that gives you access when Rob puts out the announcement that we're doing a member call, and you can join the Zoom calls and have this be a chance for you to connect with community members and with Rob live on stream. We are gonna go ahead and let our waiting patiently. They've been waiting patiently in the waiting room here, so let me just make sure that my settings are set correctly. Yep, okay, because this is the part that Rob likes when everybody starts pouring.
I do. It's the rainfall of members. I love it. That's
right. So here we go, everybody, and everybody should be populating now. Welcome, 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 everyone.
See, I love that.
Oh, and we still have even a few more that come in since then from New Zealand. We got
people are already raising their hands.
That's right. So remember, folks,
Big Pen, quick on the draw.
Right there, boom. Remember that's how we operate here. We the Zoom has a raise hand feature. It's located, like, if you see, folks can see my screen on YouTube right now at the bottom where it says reactions. You click on
Ishmael, the greatest cookie maker.
Oh, the Ishmael.
Actually, you know how we have a cheesemonger for the channel, and we have Cas Graphics as a cheesemonger. We've got a sommelier. I think that I want to make Ish the cookie monster. What do you call it? Does a cookie maker have a name? If you're a cookie maker, is there a name? Like a sommelier knows wine, a cheesemonger knows cheese. Ish if there's a name for somebody who bakes incredible cookies, Ish has to be the official cookie maker of the channel.
Obviously something like a master baker or something like that, but
master baker might be a little too close to something I wouldn't want to call somebody. Only because it's ripe for ridicule. And if you've ever had any of Ish's cookies, the last thing you want to do is make fun of them, because they are heaven.
Yep.
In heaven in circular form.
Well, that makes me think, Rob, that if as we continue to build the network, a cooking show is in order. Imagine having some of these guys doing like recipes and stuff on this show. That would be fantastic.
That actually is a great idea. I love that.
That would be
Chris
cool.
Carr, who I stream with on the John Campea show, is a great cook. Although, you know what? I could just see it now. Oh, you're going to put some woman on your channel to cook for you? You white cis male.
No, not it would be
How
anybody.
Can you do that? Is that all she means to you, is cooking?
Anybody who wants to share recipes can come and show how to cook them here, how to do it.
It's true.
So folks, remember, raise your hand, and then I'll go in order by hand raise. Sometimes if you get kicked out of the stream, and you come back in, if you were in line, I'll try to squeeze you in where you were before. It's just those technical glitches sometimes happen. And then if to keep track of time, my window will become a clock, so you'll be able to kind of keep track of time there. But Rob, I was hoping you would indulge me with. I wanted to kick things off with an observation, based on something you said and other people have been saying regarding the big news this week of the DC slate, which I'm sure there will be a lot of questions about. But you and many others have remarked that there's this sense that with a movie like The Authority being part of the mix, that what we may be looking at is The Authority is perhaps in this universe that gets created after Flashpoint, they are the heroes. And then Superman and the heroes that we know who have values and virtues that we aspire to are kind of coming in to bring in the new regime, right? I've been wondering. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. I think that, and by the way, I love that idea.
Yeah.
And also, beginning with Creature Commandos, even that may be the moral compass that, say, Superman brings to superheroic authority in the DC universe might not be in place as of yet.
Exactly. So my thought is, I like that idea, and then I'm also wondering if James Gunn, in some kind of meta commentary way, is saying something about the current state of superhero movies, what the dominant force is out there, and now DC is coming to try something new. Like, could they be commenting on, hey, what right now is kind of the dominant thing is the MCU. We're coming in with a slightly different thing here, and so it's kind of like a meta commentary on that. What do you think about that thought?
I think that's definitely part of it. It's funny. It's funny. I always go back and I always want to remind people that, James Gunn has written a novel called The Toy Collector. And I keep mentioning that. I have the hardcover copy of it, and he's quite a talented individual. Yeah. And I know this week I picked up the only Blu-ray or the only 4K I got was the Dawn of the Dead remake that he wrote. But I was lucky enough to work with him on a small film 23 years ago called The Specials that Craig Mazin, who now created The Last of Us and Chernobyl, directed. And James Gunn wrote it, and he was in it. He plays Minute Man. And
I saw it when it came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's a very talented, very smart guy. And a lot of people think that because of the output that we've seen from him has a certain sense of humor and sensibility within it that he's incapable of branching out and doing something different.
Yeah.
But I think he can.
Yeah. Well, and one other thing that I'm curious about is if there was a comic book by Grant Morrison. It's this one here, Superman and the Authority.
Yeah.
That I haven't heard James Gunn say anything explicitly about it, but I'm wondering if that plays into it. Now, in this comic book, it's a little bit backwards from what I was talking about. It's Superman needs like some heroes that can do things a little bit off the books, and so he kind of recruits the Authority to help him with that. But who knows? Maybe there is some. Given that it's Grant Morrison who wrote All-Star Superman, also, maybe there's some crossover there with.
Well, he's obviously leaning into Grant Morrison's run on Batman as well.
That's right.
So and if you want to, what's really interesting, and someone brought this up to me yesterday, if you look into, say, Final Crisis, which was not my favorite, but we have Green Lantern on the case of solving a murder. And so there's a lot of, I would say that I think that James Gunn has leaned heavily into Grant Morrison's sensibilities for this new reboot. And, it's really interesting that I've seen people say, well, it's not that exciting. And to me, I'm like, well, I mean, what from a business standpoint, you really have to start a new universe, a new DC universe with Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman, the Trinity, and then the core members of the Justice League, the Lanterns, the Green Lanterns. I mean, you could say John Jones, you could say the Atom, you could say Hawkman, you could say Elongated Man. I mean, these are all people. But if you look at this, there is a method, I think, behind this madness. And what they're doing is they're establishing these different factions
Mm-hmm.
or entities within the DC universe that are all going to interact somehow.
Right.
And I think what's really interesting is if you look at, say, Themyscira and Paradise Island, they've been on Earth for thousands of years, created by the gods or whatever, the Amazons. The Atlanteans also have been there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
In the Flashpoint universe, they were at war.
Right.
Giving us 2 Green Lanterns, both military men. John Stewart was a Marine, and Hal Jordan's an Air Force test pilot.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're teaming up to look for something, the way they're going to introduce all of these characters, they're giving them their own stories. I mean, obviously, they haven't even mentioned Wonder Woman, but we're going to see they've set a Game of Thrones-like story on Paradise Island, which I find fascinating, because the idea of how much are they going to interfere. We saw in World War I, no one had ventured out into man's world. And how is that going to work? And are they going to interact with the pantheon of gods?
Right.
And, they did say gods and monsters. And I'm sure that, whatever the lanterns are looking for will have larger cosmic ramifications, whether it's the anti-life equation, which I could see as being a part of the overarching mythology, and then having a Swamp Thing. Yeah. I think is a great idea, because that opens the door to the entire dark, arcane parts of the DC universe with magic and everything from the devil on up. And
Etrigan and those crossed over in their own ways. I remember, I know you love the Alan Moore run of Swamp Thing, and even there's a whole chunk that takes place in Gotham City, and Batman plays into that. There's a episode that takes place somewhere in some far off galaxy where the Swamp Thing interacts with the Green Lantern of that quadrant. So there's all sorts of really cool ways in which you can even take those aspects that seem more peripheral and still keep them tied in.
Well, and clearly James Gunn has looked to the very classic runs by great creators over in the DC universe over the last, when he was growing up. Yeah. We're close in age, from the 80s, the comic renaissance, especially within the DC comic renaissance of the mid 80s, that you had Frank Miller moving over from Marvel, then he did Ronin, which was a big direct sale book that DC put out, and then of course he went on and did the Dark Knight Returns, and you had Marv Wolfman and George Perez doing Crisis on Infinite Earths. And then, of course, John Byrne rebooted Superman after the Crisis, and Perez then took over Wonder Woman. And so there's a lot of really interesting, and I really dug Jeff Johns' run, which was later in the 90s on Green Lantern. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of stuff happening. And then, of course, what people forget is we still have 4 significant DC movies coming out this year.
That's right.
You've got Shazam! Fury of the Gods. You have Blue Beetle. You have, of course, Flash, which the Flashpoint movie, which I think is brilliant that they're using it to kick off this new universe, because it canonically allows the Snyderverse to exist. And you're not
canonically allows actors, performers, and characters from the Snyderverse slip in to the extent that you want them to be there, and those that aren't part of it aren't part of it. You can,
and you look of all of the Snyderverse, and I consider Ezra Miller's Flash, and I consider Jason Momoa's Aquaman, and I consider Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman part of the extended Snyderverse. Mm-hmm. And same with Ben Affleck's Batman. So it doesn't surprise me. First of all, Aquaman made $1 billion. Mm-hmm. Aquaman, Lost Kingdom, I'm sure they're very high on. Peter Safran produced the James Wan verse, the whole Conjuring verse. So, if the universe changes, as we have seen in many different shows, not everything has to change.
Right.
And Aquaman doesn't necessarily have to change. And if they really like Momoa, and if Aquaman the Lost Kingdom makes $1 billion, they've got $1 billion in a way. They know they have the Aquaman franchise to anchor the new DC universe. Mm-hmm. If they choose, and he will undergo a change. Yeah. He won't be necessarily the exact same Aquaman. It'll just be Jason Momoa playing a different iteration for that universe.
Exactly.
And the funny thing is, everybody's so worried about, what does this all mean? Who cares? I mean, as a comic book reader, and as a Star Trek fan, when yesterday's Enterprise happened in the 3rd season of TNG, immediately you watched Worf disappear on the bridge, immediately replaced by Tasha Yar, and everybody understood it.
Yeah.
We all got it. Time changed. We're so savvy from watching everything from Sliders to Fringe. We get it. We
Mhm.
all understand.
Yeah,
You know, we don't need. So there's going to be the Flashpoint, whatever happens in Flash, and everyone. I have heard nothing, but everyone said, and once again, James Gunn said it this week, that Flash is one of the great comic book movies of all time.
Yeah.
This does not surprise me.
Right.
You know, Andy Muschietti is a great filmmaker, and he was able to make the movie that he did. I mean, it's unfortunate that Ezra Miller himself or themself had it's funny because I think about Flash as a him and then Ezra Miller as they.
Right,
so
right.
it's hard to keep that straight. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
But like they had issues in their real life, but the character Flash, he doesn't.
Yeah.
And I really like the character of Flash as portrayed by Ezra Miller.
Yeah.
So their situation in real life, for me, when I'm watching the Flash, I don't equate the two together.
Right.
And I think there's a lot about Ezra Miller's life. There are things that happen to him, tragedies that happen to them that are not part of the Flash, his life. And you have to separate the two, that they have issues in the real world and they have real issues, but the character, the Flash, doesn't. I mean, there's an evil Flash, so the Flash, he does have issues. I'm deliriously excited for the Flash.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see that movie.
Yeah. Well, and I'm sure there's people here who can't wait to talk to you, Rob. So
Yes.
enough of me, and let's start getting people in the room. So let me go ahead and get our first chatter here is SA. Let me go ahead and unmute you. You should be able to unmute now, SA.
Yes, all the superhero talk.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I liked it. I think that he wants to do the 90s or the late 80s run Gunn of superheroes. I guess Batman, they did have a movie then. Marvel never had a movie on the caliber of, I guess, what they were producing in the Silver Age, which is what most of the early, you know, 2000 or the whole MCU is based on. And now they do. I don't know if he can improve it to that extent. That's also almost an impossible feat to get the, you know, but the original Batman really did speak to that era. I don't know if his whole vision will change it, if the movies will be that compelling. I guess they will be. I don't think superhero movies are going away. You know, I posted in the group, you know, heavier topics like, where is sci-fi in the 21st century? Is it in the 21st century? Have we even arrived to our time yet? Which is a real kind of heady question.
I think we're regressing.
I think, ways, yeah.
I think, yeah, our especially American civilization is becoming incredibly infantilized on every level. We can't even have any kind of intelligent discourse anymore.
So, in some ways, but you know, people also go through their life. They live. They go through their experience, and I don't know if really media is speaking to that as much, which is maybe why people just want an escape, which, you know, comic books can offer, not always. I mean, I don't think that they're invalid artistically, like, you know, a lot of people, artists say. I definitely think it's a valid art form. to say it isn't is ridiculous.
No, and I also think what's interesting to me about comic book characters is their stand-ins for lawyers, for the police, for military, for knights in shining armor. You know, they sort of encompass and the Western. I mean, there used to be in the 40s, 50s, 60s, the Western genre dominated, and how many hundreds of Westerns did we get? And I don't think there were a lot of think pieces where people like, well, you know, the Westerns are dominating the entertainment industry. We can't have any more of those, which, you know, I don't. So I see him as and what's great is the comic book characters you can be in the far-flung reaches of space. You can be in an urban setting. You can be in a fantastical setting and fictitious fantasy worlds. I mean, they're very versatile. And if you like science fiction, fantasy, and horror, what I think is really interesting about the new DC announcement is that there's every genre represented in terms of horror, sci-fi, fantasy.
Yeah, I going back to whether or not, you know, comic books are valid art forms. I mean, just look at I like the Star Trek comics and the space opera and the hard sci-fi format in comics. You can do stuff quicker there that you can't do in even a book or a film, because you don't have the multi-billion-dollar budget.
Right.
You know, sci-fi, Star Trek comics, they work. They're really high quality on a high level. As far as bringing story to that, yeah, those obscure Star Trek stories would probably work out, you know, like you've been going on about. The stories work a lot better, and it would be nice to see some of that done. But I mean, as far as the quality of a lot of the comic book stuff is, yeah, it's suspect. When you get into a universe and that's your whole mentality and that's the whole mindset of fandom, you really can't branch out. In some ways, it can be confining.
Yeah.
I'm not trashing the media. I'm not saying that they're for children or they're bad or that they have no value. I'm just saying that you can really get locked in, and in a lot of ways, it could be where we're at with our regression. I mean, that's an easy connection to make. Oh, our society's regressing. All we're doing is playing around with comic books. You know, that's not a valid argument. But when you look at the confinement or how much they're putting out or how much quality they're putting out, you know, versus a Shazam, which is kind of a kid's movie, which is doing the Dark Knight Returns, where you introduce all the, you know, negative stuff or, you know, good stuff. It's in an adult theme. You really got a lot of range there. So I don't have, you know, issue with that. But I see a lot of the stuff that could be done has yet to be done. And a lot of the stuff that really wants to get hard and speak to what's going on now, I don't see that in our media overall. You don't really see the kind of grand statements that you would have seen maybe 20 or 30 years ago. Even with Avatar, I mean, yeah, it's nice. You're pushing the environment, but you're going to be doing that from this filter of, you know, 200 years in the future where we're sort of shifting and sending things to Alpha Centauri. I mean, we don't even go to Earth in that movie. So everything is kind of a filter-based thing, and you're not really getting into some of the core issues. So what really got this thought going around is that, yes, I did get around to finally reading Star Trek Federation and looking at their take on the 21st century and the optimal movement or the optimum movement. And obviously you can make parallels between that and what's going on now, even I'd say an order of magnitude more than they put in the book. And the book came out in the mid-90s, right? And I'm reading the stuff about the optimum movement, and it's just like, oh, how prevalent were fascistic movement and authoritarian movements in the early 21st century? Yeah, they had a real problem, and eventually they won and took over everything. So yeah, it was kind of disturbing to see all that and have that prediction of how war is going and how these things will take shape. When you look at what H.G. Wells and the sci-fi authors in the 19th century, they were able to narrow down locations and dates of events and going to the moon. All you know, it was all fairly accurate. You definitely track trends.
Well, what's interesting to me is that, you know, I read a lot of modern science fiction stuff. Like I really like Stephen Baxter as a modern writer, and there's a lot of hard sci-fi writers. Like I'm obsessed with a book called Blind Sight, and an author named Peter Watts. There's a lot of, I think, modern science fiction, because the great science fiction writers do a lot of research into culture and they extrapolate upon what's happening in the modern age and what would that look like 2, 3, 4, 1,000 years from now,
right?
You know, yeah. and that's what you know, it's funny, Frank Herbert, when he wrote Dune, the idea of getting rid of computers, you know, because of the Butlerian Jihad, you had to get rid of anything that was designed to emulate a human mind. A machine that was designed to emulate a human mind had to go away, and that's why we have the mentats and you know, human computers. And I loved all that. I mean, I think that's what speculative fiction does best. And the great thing about fantasy, whether it's science fiction or fantasy itself, science fiction, fantasy, and horror, is that you can deal with issues that are very divisive in the real world, political issues, sociological issues, but you put them in the context of a science fiction, horror, or fantasy story, and everybody will open their minds. It's suddenly no longer politically divisive because it's taking place in Westeros, or it's taking place elsewhere. And that's what it's funny because you look at like Joseph Stefano or Leslie Stevens doing Outer Limits, Roddenberry doing Star Trek, or Rod Serling doing the Twilight Zone, all the writers they employed, they all knew that. And that's continuing on. And I think a lot of the time, like even in Marvel, when they talk about the Sokovia Accords, they're dealing with a divisive political issue. And, you put Tony Stark on one end of it and Steve Rogers on the other end, and everybody will buy into that. You have all people of all persuasions sitting in a theater to watch what they think, and they're not killing each other, which is pretty great.
All right, thank you so much, Assay. Let's go ahead and I still got my my clock up and running here. Let me go ahead and switch that. Let's go ahead and get Doug Saylor here. Doug, you should be able to unmute now. And welcome to the conversation.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Oh, hi. I'm fine. Okay, I don't want to get controversial on you, but
Please, why not? We're all friends here.
Grace Randorf, I think you know.
Yeah, Grace Randolph, yeah.
Yeah. She tweeted last night that it would be a mistake for them not to have a trans character in Paradise Lost. And to me, like, I'm all for representation, but if it makes sense. But to me, I don't think that would make sense for that show. What's your opinion on that?
Well, okay. Here's no. I would get into my own belief system. Like, I believe that trans people exist and are actually real as a function of nature, and I think biologically, that there is, we can't measure that, but I'm sure at some point we're going to be able to measure someone's brain waves, and it'll show that, this person who is essentially mental, their brain is a female brain, was born in a male body for whatever reason. I mean, nature does funny things. So that said, I could see an interesting storyline. Okay, you have a matriarchal society of all women, and first, here's the thing, though. How are people born?
Yeah.
Like if no one is, if Paradise Island is created by the gods and the Amazons are put there and they are created by the gods as is, I don't know if they could work that in. But if somebody is born, or maybe like I could see an Amazonian as a trans person. I could actually see that person, and I think by the way, I think back what you're asking. I think back to there's a great comic book that I loved from the early '80s called Camelot 3000, where all of the knights of the Round Table are reincarnated in like the year 3000 to fend off an alien invasion. And one of the knights of the Round Table is reincarnated in the body of a woman. And I always thought that was, even back, when I was a teenager reading that story, I thought that was a really interesting way to go. And that character and the character's struggles made for, I thought, compelling reading. And I think that in a society of all women, what would happen if somebody didn't feel that they were a part of that society? They felt, and the thing is, on Paradise Island, there are no men. So the person who is trans wouldn't understand, or might not know what that even means. Like, they understand there's men's world, but without any experience of that, I could see, as far as storytelling goes, that's exactly what I think science fiction, fantasy, and horror does well, is that you could delve into issues of identity, and you could delve into issues of the self, and what does that all mean? And I think right now, again, that's just another, it's become another, I've met and I've had friends growing up that are trans, and when you know people that are, there's never any I've never ever thought anything other than the person that I know, both trans women and trans men, are anything other than like that they are indeed trans, that they were born in the wrong bodies. However, then our civilization has not figured out yet how to deal with this issue. And I think once we realize that this is a naturally occurring phenomenon, this is something that Mother Nature, it is a function of biology. It is a function of the natural order of things. I think we'll be able to sort ourselves out better. Now it's become a very political issue, and I think it would be more important to look at it more as a human issue. But doing it in the context of a Paradise Island show, or Paradise Lost, could be fascinating. If the story was good, you've got to have a great character and you have to have a great story. I hate the fact that somebody will lead with some kind of identity politics, or because that way your story is not true. You always have to have a great character and a great story to tell. If you lead with a universe, if you lead with an agenda, if you lead with something else, your character and story are compromised.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. You gave me a few things to think about.
Well, no, but I think you're right. At first, I mean, you wonder, they talk about it being the idea. Here's what I want to see from this show. How does a matriarchal society of Amazons work? What is the power structure? What is the politics? What is the sexuality? In a society of all women, they're going to develop their own sexuality, because there's, that's just part of. And how does that work? And how do you do that with not being like, I'm a straight middle-aged white cis male, bring on the society of all girls, you know what I'm saying? But how do you do that in a way that is respectful and interesting, that adds to our understanding of the feminine psyche? I would love to see how is that civilization structured? What does a matriarchal society look like? And would it have some insight into what a matriarchal society could look like for us now? I think it'd be really interesting. And I'm not one of those people that's going to ever say, well, I'm not going to watch that. I'm like, no, bring it on. That's fascinating. Let's delve into history and see what that civilization would look like. And again, I think that could be great stuff. Again, give me great characters, great stories with people that have really done the work. They've really thought through, here's a real opportunity to show us something we really haven't seen before. And I'm there for it, man. I just hope it's really well done. That's as I hope with everything. I go into everything wanting to love it. That's my position. It's so hard to get these things made, and please make it good. And when you don't make it good, it bums me out, because it's basically people that didn't do the work. They've been given a huge gift and an opportunity, and when they fuck it up, I'm like, God damn it. You wasted, you squandered a wonderful opportunity. I mean, they've certainly done that with modern Star Trek up until Picard season 3. Because the thing about Picard season 3 that's different than the other seasons is the people, not just Terry Matalas, but the people he brought in, loved Star Trek, and they did the work. And it shows. It'll show from the opening. Somebody reminded me of this because people have seen it. The opening title card of the first episode. If you are a Star Trek fan, what it says at the opening title card and the font they use, you'll be like, I'm in. You got me. And you'll see what it is. And if you're a Star Trek fan, you'll be like, oh my God. And you'll know. You don't have to have me tell you.
Hey, thank you, Doug, for that question.
By the way, that's a great question. And you know what?
question.
A great question you asked. And I don't ever worry about being controversial, because I think that, I think that's a really good question to ask. And I think that, that's important. You should feel you can ask anything here.
All right, Rob, I'm going to bring in Darth Plato next. Darth Plato, you should
our
be
resident
able to
historian.
Historian, and he also helps out with our moderation. So welcome, Darth.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Nice
Good
to see
see
you. Glad to be on. I can't see you for some reason. Let me change the view here. Yeah, I can't enlarge your picture. Oh, well. Well, thanks for having me on. And so how are you doing?
I'm doing well. It's things are good. New year, it's a thing. I think our world is wacky, but I'm doing okay. No, I mean, I'm excited. I think this year, we got a lot of great entertainment coming down the pike. Things I'm looking forward to seeing Quantum Mania. I think it's crazy they released a tie-in book that Scott Lang wrote about his life. I love that. I think that's what great crazy marketing. We're 2 weeks away from getting Star Trek that I've seen all 10 episodes 3 times all the way through and can't wait to watch it again.
I will watch that, yeah.
And it's been really gratifying seeing, screeners were sent out. The first 6 episodes were sent out. And I mean, I haven't seen any of the bad reviews, but the people that I really respect, that I know love Star Trek, that I know have been very disenchanted with the franchise, are loving it. And it's great. It's great to see. And it's great to feel like I'm no longer out in the wilderness yelling at clouds.
How long at the moon, yeah. Just to comment on the previous segment, speak without fear is what I'll always say.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look, this is a skill that we need to remember, that's what made America great, is the kind of debate that we have, the kind of conversations that we have.
Yes, speak without fear. Just to comment, I think it would be better if they're actually going to show Amazon. I think it'd be better if they were time displaced instead of actually being on the earth for 2,000 years in this isolated society, because an isolated society is really destructive.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that's something they're going to have to address. Like, how are they going to do that? Like, I really like George Perez's run on Wonder Woman, where he leaned into the mythology of it all.
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah, I like the idea if they're going to have the Greek god, just do it the way Star Trek did it. Just they were extraterrestrials, and
yeah,
I think they should do it like that.
I think I don't know how they're going to do it. I mean, I just like I really liked in both Wonder Woman and Wonder Woman 84 the glimpses that we got of Themyscira. I thought it was really well done. I really liked that a lot, and not just because Connie Nielsen's a hot redhead, but
okay.
But yeah,
a society like that, it's not as different as you might imagine. They're just matrilinear instead of patrilinear. Instead of a paterfamilias, you'd have a materfamilias. Instead of having an oligarchic honored fathers, you have an oligarchic honored mothers. It really wouldn't be that different. Their attitude towards outsiders are obviously very violent. You see that in Greek mythology, and they were intensely violent towards outsiders. They took captives, but that was very common among native groups all over the world. That's a very common theme. Something about that time period that was very unique, however, is and you see this in the Odyssey. You've ever read the Iliad and the Odyssey? You might know what I'm talking about. Is the way they didn't have a virtue system like how we would. They didn't think of virtue the way we would. They thought of what was good as being successful at doing something. If you could do it, that was good. So if you can storm a city and kill half the people there, that was a good thing because you could do it. That was your feat. Because you were able to do this feat, that made you a magnificent person. And this isn't how we think about things. They thought of themselves more like how professional athletes think of themselves. Oh, I'm great because I can throw a home run. I'm great because I can run it up and down the basketball court. It's more like that. And if they could capture that would be interesting. If you have people like that come into a modern world, you would really have a clash of culture. And that's what they should go for, the clash of culture.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are all very good points. It depends. I mean, again, it's gonna take. I think a show like that is gonna have to have a great creative team. And I don't think when they're talking about a Game of Thrones series set on Paradise Island, like you're pointing out, these are all very good points to make. And how are they going to approach this show? I don't know. But they're going to have that show in particular is going to have a lot of work. They better do the work to make that show great. because I don't think it's going to be an easy task at all.
Yeah, a lot of expectations, raised expectations.
I hope so. I hope so.
Or maybe not. By the way, you don't need to say Amazonian. Amazonian pertains to the river and the rainforest. You don't need to say that about the people of Greek mythology. That's sort of a misunderstanding.
Well, what would be the proper terminology?
You just say Amazon.
Just say Amazons.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't need to say Amazonian. Amazonian is what you say about the river or the rainforest.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'll say Amazons. I like saying that better.
Yeah, it's silly. I see people do it all the time, and it's just like no, don't. I'm just being a nerd. I'm sorry.
No, but that's good to know. I'm down with that.
I don't know how much time I have, so I'm just gonna say I'm looking forward to Star Trek.
It's really good.
I believe me, I would ready to throw my TV out the window when I saw them bring back the punk guy with the radio. And
oh my God, I hated that so much. You know why I hated that? Because it was so dumb and unimaginative. It would have been far more interesting if I love Kirk Thatcher, but it would have been more interesting if you brought that character back and he was the captain of industry. You know, that he was this this guy who was a total San Francisco punk in the 80s, and he grew up to become whatever, a tech giant, some maybe some great healing the world with some great nonprofit or something.
Yeah, and he's still riding the bus.
But yeah, he's still riding the bus with the same boombox. To me, that in itself encompassed how bad modern Star Trek had become. Unimaginative, really stupid, always going for the cheap, easy joke. And by the way, denigrating that character. You know, the funny thing about Star Trek was, in the original series, as humorous as it could be, they never did anything at the expense of a character. By having that same character on a bus 35 years later, you're basically saying this person is an idiot. It's like that short take where the captain literally calls one of her crew members, it's the Tribble short take, an idiot. You look at that and you're like, the people that are working on modern Star Trek have no business being there. And I've hated all of them until now. So
thank you so much, Darth. Let me go ahead and read a super chat that we got a little while ago. Sorry, I had neglected to say this earlier. So remember, to the folks out there on YouTube, if you want to send super chats or send Streamlabs, they can do so, and we'll try to make sure we read those here. Marco Escandoles for $4.99. So this is talking back when we were talking about Flash and Ezra Miller earlier. Couldn't they insert Wally West into future DC films and ditch Ezra's Barry?
I mean, they could, but I mean, here's the thing about Ezra Miller. I've always been a fan of. I think Ezra Miller is an incredibly talented actor. We have to talk about Kevin. He was chilling. Mm-hmm. He was not they yet.
Perks of being a wallflower.
Incredible performance. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
And now that they are getting help and are committed to that, I think that they deserve another chance. Are we just going to this idea that we're going to cancel people for the rest of their lives? We want to take away their livelihood. Mm-hmm. And when mental illness is such a big problem in this country too. It's ridiculous to me how, if people in the public eye do something wrong, it's like we've all become a nation of snitches and tattletales, and let's get so and so in trouble and watch them burn.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get it, man. I feel like we're all elementary school kids on a playground wanting to run home and tell our parents or tell our teachers on our. I mean, we're all. It's like the lives of others. Mm-hmm. We've all become a bunch of snitching, sniveling tattletales that we take glee in watching the destruction of others' lives. Yeah. It's really, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's that it's only a matter of time before we see somebody a mob burned somebody in effigy somewhere here in this country.
Yeah.
And it's coming, man. Although I do think the tide is changing back. It's swinging back the other way.
Let's hope so. Stubble McShave is joining us next. Let me go ahead and add you here, Stubble. And you should be able to unmute now, friend.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, it's great. What's up?
Things are good. Things are good. How is Sweden?
Oh, it's been we got a little snow yesterday, so it's white outside again.
Nice. Wasn't there always snow in Sweden though, like at this time of year?
Well, I'm in the southeast, so it's pretty mild here compared to the rest of the.
The southeast Sweden's like Dorn.
Sure.
There you go.
Not really, but anyway, it's good. Well, I wanted to talk a little about storytelling in general, and maybe a little about what people like and don't like, because when you're a kid, when you're a child, really, you only want to read the same stories all the time, see the same movie all the time, and you don't want anything new. But the older you get, the more sophisticated you get, the more you want new stuff, original stuff. And the combination of the familiar and the strange, of the how do you say, of a story.
Yeah.
But I think that's also the problem with critics and normal viewers, is that the critics have seen everything. They know everything. They want something new all the time. So if something comes along that's
a good point,
that's not new, they think it's boring, and while the normal viewer think it's like, no, it's good. And so it's a disconnect there, I think. What do you think?
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, look, every generation comes to something for the first time. Yeah. I think if you look at the rise of reaction videos on YouTube, I mean, I have to remember, I actually take joy in certain reaction videos. If I see a reaction video to something I really like, I usually like to watch the beginning of the reaction video and then the end of the reaction video when there's commentary, when people talk about what it meant to them. Yeah. Because, obviously I had the experience of going through something like that for the first time. And to see that the great stories still have power. When people find movies that came out in the 60s, the 70s, the 50s, whatever, we've been having a film festival here at my house where I've been showing Elizabeth's stepdad and her mom movies that throughout history, we've been having an ongoing film festival that they've never seen before. Like we watched Shawshank Redemption, they'd never seen it before. It wasn't their thing, but when they watched it, they were blown away by it. We watched To Catch a Thief, Hitchcock's To Catch a Thief, and I'm trying to program movies that they would like. They're in their 70s and 80s, and I want to show them things that they might not have seen that are a little edgy, but watching them respond to classical cinema, and they're not necessarily, especially Murray. Murray was a doctor who specialized in rehabilitation medicine, and to watch him respond favorably to these movies, all different genres, different things. Like I showed him The Martian. He'd never seen The Martian, and he responded to it he loved the science aspects of it and everything. And I think that when every generation comes to things new and they've not seen, like you said, critics who have seen everything, like we as genre fans, like I'm still delighted when I see a great comic book movie. Like I can watch Infinity War and Endgame over and over and over again, because as a kid reading comics, to me, that is the ultimate distillation of these giant crossover comics that I used to get when I was a kid, especially in the 80s, that I thought there's no way. Like you would dream as a kid, like one day they're going to what if they made a movie of Crisis on Infinite Earths, man? That'd be the greatest thing in the world. And then as you get older, you realize no one's ever going to do that. Yeah. But then they did. And it was so much fun. And I think now it's really weird because I see fandom now, and I've been a fan since I was a little kid. Fandom is so jaded, and the joie de vivre has been bled out of it, because fandom has become, like you said, we've seen everything, we've done everything, and people are like, and I think you can still be discerning. Like, I love Moon Knight. I found the Marvel series, I loved Oscar Isaac, but that Moon Knight show was incredibly disappointing to me. I thought they went in the entirely wrong direction. They leaned into different, but you know, my Moon Knight, I'm a Mensch Sienkiewicz Moon Knight guy, the noir version of the Moon Knight to me was the romantic version of Batman.
Yeah.
You know,
but that's part of the point, because now in the beginning, all the superhero movies, they were the exotic, the original, the strange and the familiar and the strange, the thing that attracted us to it. And now it has to, it isn't enough. You have to have great writing for it to resonate. In the early movies, even the mediocre superhero movies did pretty well, but now they have to prove that they have the goods, because they haven't the original or the special thing anymore, because it's so common now.
Right.
So if you take a show like Buffy, for example, when it arrived, we hadn't seen any college or high school or whatever it is with the monsters. It was new. But if Buffy would come exactly as it was today, it would be lost in the shuffle.
I agree. But then again, Buffy set a lot of trends.
Yeah.
You know, it even pioneered at the time having same-sex relationships in a show. The fact that there's anti-heroes, that Buffy could go with Angel and Spike. And it did a lot of interesting things. And to me, Buffy is a watershed show.
Yeah.
And it's funny, the TV series was born out of the movie. You know, a movie that with Christy Swanson that wasn't so great. But the same with X-Files. You know, X-Files is a show that became very foundational, that in a way has kind of been forgotten. And then even when the creators revived it, when Chris Carter did those other 2 seasons, they were abysmal. And it's interesting to see this stuff. But like you said, I mean, now also growing up, I never got science fiction, fantasy, and horror, was not in the mainstream. And now that's why I came up with that term post-geek singularity. It exploded. Now it's everywhere. You know, it is the norm instead of the exception. Everyone's a fan of science fiction, fantasy, and horror in some way, shape, or form. And I think I love living in that world. Unfortunately, I wish, you know, you're a book collector and a reader. I wish people would go back to that, you know, would go back to the literary origins of these things that people love so much.
Stubble, thank you so much for joining us. We've got Marcus coming up next. Marcus, I'm adding you to the chat now.
What's up, man?
Hey, bro. Can you hear me?
I can. You sound good. Okay. You're coming through 5 by 5.
So I'm so happy that my country, Indonesia, is represented in Last of Us episode 2.
Oh, okay. First of all, I didn't know anything about that actress, but boy, delving into her history, she's amazing.
She's a legend.
I did not know that. She was so good in that role. Now, let me ask you this. Since you're in Indonesia, has there been any articles written about how, oh, great, now the Americans are blaming Indonesia for the outbreak of the entire cordyceps virus?
Of course not.
I mean, I think, you know what you should do? You should build if there's a flower factory, if there's a big flower factory in Jakarta, you should just say, here's the flower factory where come see the Last of Us flower factory where the cordyceps virus first manifested itself, and make it a tourist attraction.
So, Rob, there's something that I want to ask you. I hope this is not a stupid question.
There are no stupid questions.
So I used to work as door-to-door salesman, and I hated the job. Other people, the turnover was high.
What did you sell?
Coca-Cola.
You sold Coca-Cola door-to-door?
Door-to-door to vendor, to market, to not to homes, but to vendors.
Sure, of course.
So I hated the job, but I had to do it at the time because I needed money.
Yeah.
But this is the parallel. How about the director? when they want to do a project, they have to be a salesman, isn't it?
Oh my God. I mean, there's in Hollywood, there's different ways to get jobs. So like if you're a motion picture studio, if you're 20th Century or you're Disney or Sony or Paramount or Universal or Warner Brothers, they have a list of people that they want to direct their movies. Now the list is always changing, but on the planet Earth, there's maybe 20 names on those lists because those are 20 people that have already proven they can direct movies with studio budgets, 150 million, $200 million budgets. So whenever a studio has a project that they want to make now, they go out to those directors, hoping one will take, because they're the only ones they can trust. With 150 to $200 million, unless somebody's already done it, how do you trust them? And there's been so many debacles over the last 20 years. Look at Dr. Dolittle, not to besmirch anyone's reputation, but the director of that film didn't have a lot of experience with visual effects. You need people that know what they're doing. So the studios are going after those directors. And those directors, usually, if they get the jobs, if they don't want to, they'll pass on the project because they have the power to do so. Or if they take the project, they get the power because the studio anointed them. But if you're someone like myself, some low budget indie director that made one movie 25 years ago, if I go into a room, oh man, I'm a salesman. I have to be like a used car salesman. And nowadays what you have to do is you have to make things like you have to have what's called a look book. You have to make a book that you take visuals from other movies or fashion design or art or whatever, and the book that you show people, it can actually, some people make physical books, so when they go into a room they hand executives physical books or whatever, and you use that to augment your pitch. And you have to be a great salesman, because people have to believe that you have a vision, and they have to believe that you believe in your vision, and you absolutely have to sell them. And so, it's hard.
Based on my work, I mean, either you got it or you don't. I mean, it's not something that everyone can do or enjoy doing. And probably a lot of directors that they're very talented director, they hate the process. Is that correct?
I think well, some people do like the process, but yeah, people hate the process because here's the problem. The real horrible thing, and I'll say it, the people that you're pitching to don't know fuck all about what you're talking about. You're going into a room to try and get people to let you make a movie. None of these people have ever made a movie. They might be Ivy League educated, business degreed people with masters from Princeton, but they've never been on a set. They don't know how to conceive of a shot. They've never storyboarded. They don't know anything about the actual artistic process of making a film. And you have to go in there and pitch these people that don't even know what you're saying. They think they do, but they really don't. And they're judging you. So it would be like you're selling Coca-Cola. It would be like going to sell somebody who owns a pet store. I did that. But it's a bad analogy, but that's
I did that.
Well, then, so you know, I mean, and the thing is, the people that work at studios, they are scared to death to lose their job. So they don't even want to say yes to the people that come in and pitch them. It's a very strange system. So what happens is, what you have to do is you have to go, and I think, look, anybody can go make a movie now. Anybody. iPhones, especially an iPhone 14 Pro Max or whatever, you can get you can get 3 or 4 iPhones. You have enough camera power to go make a film. Making movies is incredibly difficult. Making good movies is infinitely hard to do. And I'll tell you something. Anybody can do it. Doesn't matter what shape, size, color, creed, religion, sexual orientation you are, you can make a movie. No one is stopping you. There is no gatekeepers keeping you from making a film. I always like to use the example, look at Spike Lee in the 80s when he made his first feature that broke through, She's Gotta Have It, about a black woman in Brooklyn dating multiple dudes. This is something that I was not in my wheelhouse, and when I went and saw She's Gotta Have It at a film festival for the first time, I was knocked out by it. I'm like,
Rob,
wow.
So, Rob, is that part of the reason why some directors takes a very long gap between movie, like Todd Phillips, the director
Todd
of
Phillips,
Tar?
yeah. I mean, his last film, Little Children, before he made Tar, you know, yeah, because here's the problem. Even if you've made a great movie, like if you make a great comedy, for instance, and say you want to make a great drama, the people are like, well, you've only ever made a comedy. What do you know about drama? Which, well, storytelling is storytelling. And Todd Field, not Todd Phillips, Todd Field, who made Little Children and now made Tar. Little Children came out in 2006, and Tar came out this year. He probably, you know, he also he had made a movie called In the Bedroom before that, and worked with Kubrick. He played Nick Nightingale in Eyes Wide Shut. I'm sure he might have pitched a dozen different things. I know I have. You know, and you walk in and people look at you and they think you're being judged on what you've done or when you've done it or, you know, whatever. I can't explain to people that I got to run around on the set of $100 million movies, whether it was X-Men, Narnia, Lord of the Rings, Superman Returns, with a camera in my hand, interviewing people. I can't explain the knowledge that I've packed away in my head because I've only made one movie 25 years ago that we shot in a very limited amount of time. People are like, well, if you're so smart, why haven't you directed another movie? And I'm like, well, because I got to go do a bunch of other cool things. So, but it's tough, man. It's hard. So, or you can go the other route. You can go you can raise money and go make movies on your own. You know, Zach Krieger, who made Barbarian, had a great comedy background, wrote a script, found a great producer and someone like Roy Lee who believed in him. They went and made it in Sofia with $4.5 million. Movie makes over 40 million. And you're off to the races. You sell your second script to Warner Brothers for $10 million. You get to write and direct a movie. That's the way it should work. So
thank you, Marcus. Rob, couple more super chats.
Great question, by the way.
Yeah.
Great question.
Couple more super chats here, Rob. Let me go ahead and pull them up. Jeff Yerke, he says, I've been sick this week.
Yerk man, and shout out to Mrs. Y.
Shout out to Mrs. Y. Jeff says he's been sick this week. He rewatched Man of Steel yesterday. Let me say that Henry Cavill was the best. Crushed that he is gone. And that was a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Yerke. And thank you, Mrs. Y. One day I'm going to drive up to Northern California and just hang out with them. You should come down, Roberto. We'll go party with the Yerkes.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
We've got Bruce Lum, who gave $15 Canadian. Just finished reading Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. What a great story. A movie adaptation would make it R-rated to reflect the coarse language, violence, and blood. Can a good PG-13 even be possible?
I don't know. I mean, I think they might go R-rated. I think that kind of a Supergirl movie is what's needed.
Yeah,
you know, I hadn't read that run.
I didn't sense any fear or any trepidation, given the projects they were announcing, of them going R with some of them.
Well, I think that, you know, there was the idea that comic book films are for kids, and that has been dispelled.
Right.
Whether it's Joker, whether it's Logan, whether it's Deadpool, you know, or whether it's Kick-Ass, or whether, you know, there's so many. The comic book film audience is no longer, you know, it's no longer children. It's adults that grew up reading comics.
Right. All right. Well, we got Pedro Ferreira coming up next. Pedro, I'm going to add you to the conversation now, so you should be able to unmute.
Hi.
I think. Hold on.
What's
did
up,
not
dude?
add you. Hold on. Something. Oh, there you are. Okay. Welcome, Pedro.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Great. So how are you? You're right.
Things are good. You know, having a good time. Although I have to say, this model I'm building is kicking my ass. I want to scoop my eyeballs out with my teaspoon, but
what model are you building?
I'm building a 4.5-foot model of the space battleship Andromeda from the animated series Space Battleship Yamato 2202.
Oh, okay. When you first said Andromeda, I thought you meant the Kevin Sorbo
No. This predates this. This is from the first time we saw the Andromeda was in the mid 70s, and then they brought it back for the revival.
Okay. Yeah, I've just been. I've just been just doing what I normally do. Really.
You've been very active on Twitter.
Have I? What have you?
Sure, you have.
What have you noticed?
I've seen everything you've been posting. A lot of activity from you on Twitter this week.
Yeah. You actually had quite a rude troll on your Twitter. So I was I was just.
No, it's true. There are so many rude trolls on my Twitter.
Someone decided to call me Rain Man again and again and again. So I just called him out as being an idiot, basically.
Yeah, I mean it's really interesting. Anonymity has made people very bold.
Well, that this particular troll was pretending to be Doomcock.
Yeah.
And then he's decided to switch his profile pic because I reported him to Doomcock. So
yeah, no,
now he's saying he's a new Star Trek, a new Trek series lover or something. I don't know. Just trying to wind people up, I guess.
I hope that works out for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's going on with you?
I should stay away from social media. I'm okay. I'm just going about things. I know you've been kind of vocal about Picard, and I know the past week you've kind of like settled down a bit and you've not like engaged with anybody about Picard and stuff like that. But
really, you think I've settled down?
I think you've been quite quiet. I haven't seen any tweets from anything. I think you've made your kind of points. And
you know what? I've kind of hung back this week only because I've sort of made all my points, but now other people have seen the show. They sent out the review copies of the first 6 of the 10 episodes to a lot of
you feel vindicated.
Yeah, it is. Here's the thing. I already knew the truth. But it's interesting to watch other people. I'm waiting to see the bad reviews because there's going to be bad reviews. And I'm
very interested to see the people that really don't like new Star Trek, like Doomcock and Mechanism and all of those. I'm interested in seeing their reviews because if they have good things to say about it, then I know that it's gonna be good.
I know that Dave Cullen, who is a YouTuber from the UK.
Dave Cullen, yeah.
I'm a big fan of Dave Cullen's. I like his. It's so funny because I like his media reviews, and I've been a fan of his for a long time. He saw it. I made a video, and he put out a video saying, "Please get in touch with me." And while I haven't I've never spoken to him. I want to stream with him. We've talked about it via social media, but I know he watched it and I know he liked it very much. And he and I have been extremely critical of modern Star Trek because look, when you watch it, it's undeniable. If you were a fan of The Next Generation, Star Trek Picard season 3 will feel like the Next Generation movie we never got. Over 10 hours.
I haven't like in the trailers. They've obviously done such a poor job because I haven't seen any difference between what's in the trailers, how it's shot, how it looks.
I think in a way, look, those trailers do not represent. They were designed to get people. Look, Star Trek Picard has a large obstacle to overcome, which is Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2. But if all I can say is the trailers that have come out for Star Trek Picard season 3 are not representative of the experience of watching the show.
Why would CBS self-sabotage their own show then?
Well, because they think that these people think that they're showing. They don't understand. They think that action adventure is what sells. Generic action adventure. You could have done, if I was in charge of marketing Star Trek Picard season 3, I would have gone the exact opposite direction. I would have shown no fire. I would have shown no action. All I would have shown is the character interaction and cut together. I would have taken all the character interaction that I thought was good, just lines of dialogue between two people, and cut that trailer. Done the inverse of what they've done. Because the problem is that trailer, the last trailer for Picard season 3, isn't Star Trek. It's something else. It's
Discovery. It's Discovery. It's Strange New Worlds. It's whatever.
People think that Star Trek Picard season 3 is about Amanda Plummer showing up to take revenge against Captain Picard for something.
Yeah.
It's not.
That's what it comes across as.
It's not about that. She's certainly an element in it, and she certainly has an issue. But let me tell you, well, I'm not going to say. Let's just say that she does not want to take revenge against Jean-Luc Picard. That's not what it's about.
I think there's so much like expectations for people wanting it to fix the franchise as a whole, that I don't know if it can really, like, I know what it can do to fix Star Trek, but I don't think they'll do that because they don't seem that bothered for some reason, or they don't, like, if they just say in season 3 of Picard, if they just say it's set in another universe, like, I mean, the Alex Kurtzman era of Star Trek is set in another universe, that would actually be fantastic for me. That would like be perfect. But I know they won't do that because it makes sense. But yeah, that's the only way that, I mean, so my expectations are maybe unrealistic, but not totally unrealistic. But I don't know. It's when I see Nemesis, when I see the trailers, it makes it look like a souped-up version of Nemesis. You know, it's not. No,
and one of the great things about, I think the great thing about Star Trek Picard season 3, perhaps the best thing, is, there's one line of dialogue in the trailer. How can you expect everybody to be now the way they were before? Whatever, I'm paraphrasing, and that's what's so great about the show. The show takes into consideration that our beloved characters are different people 30 years on. I mean, it is literally 29 years since Star Trek: The Next Generation went off the air in 1994. All Good Things aired in, I want to say June, maybe May, but June of 94. So we're 29 years, 30 years away. The great thing about Star Trek Picard season 3 is it finally feels like the first 2 seasons of Picard, they had to entice Patrick Stewart to come back. So what you're watching is Star Trek as filtered through the life experience of Patrick Stewart, the man, as opposed to Jean-Luc Picard, the character. Star Trek Picard season 3 was showrun entirely by Terry Matalas, who wanted to, and he loves Star Trek, he wanted to do a show that was about Jean-Luc Picard and not about Patrick Stewart, the actor. So after 2 seasons, Alex Kurtzman went off to make his sequel to Man Who Fell to Earth. Akiva Goldsman went off to make Strange New Worlds, which left Terry open to do whatever he wanted. And what Terry wanted to do was make a Star Trek show that felt like Star Trek, meaning the first thing you had to do was convince Patrick Stewart to do a show with the entire cast of The Next Generation, which probably wasn't an easy thing to do. So I always said that they had, I should, in my mind, Star Trek Picard season 3 should be called Star Trek: The Next Generation Requiem or something else. But yeah.
Yeah, a mini series separate from everything else with its own story that concludes the Next Generation run, right?
And by the way, I want to say Star Trek Picard season 3 is not necessarily a conclusion of you will want, when it's over, you will wish in the next week where that show leaves off will still continue. You will desperately, for the very first time, you'll be like, oh my God, there's one next week, isn't there? And when you hear that, we realize there isn't, you're going to be like, oh my God. And it is astonishing to me, that Terry Matalas, who still has a deal with CBS, is the last thing he did was produce a pilot for the new Escape to Witch Mountain series at Disney. After watching Picard season 3, to not shore up Terry Matalas, to get him to come do what he's been doing with the franchise for 10 episodes, to not lock him in is what's entirely wrong with the entertainment business. Because the powers that be, the people that mattered, the people that didn't even watch it.
Yeah.
And there's stories to be told later that are not my stories to tell, but it's astonishing how the Star Trek franchise has been allowed to become what it's become. Thank God for Terry Matalas. And I didn't even, I was ripping on the dude 6 months ago.
Right.
To his face on Twitter. I didn't even know him.
Right.
You know, what he said, Star Trek Picard season 3 is a great send-off for the next generation crew. I didn't know the dude. And I'm like, oh, really? You mean All Good Things wasn't? You know, I'm like, who are you? You know, and he wrote back to me, he wrote, well, I really liked Free Enterprise. And I was like, oh, wow, what a diss. I mean, he got me right where he's like, I was being a total douche canoe, and he's like, ba-bam.
Yeah.
And then I wrote him back and I said, well, I really like 12 Monkeys. And I did, the TV series, which I thought was beautifully done. And Todd Stashwick, who plays Captain Liam Shaw, we can finally say his name, Liam Shaw, captain of the Titan A, who took over command from Captain Riker, who retired. That's how I started even conversing with the dude.
Right.
I didn't even know him.
Yeah.
You know, and the first time I ever met him in the flesh was at I saw him in line. He was in line with his son buying merch at the John Williams concert at the Hollywood Bowl.
Right.
And I was walking in, you know, with Elizabeth and I was with Dave Hargrove, my friend. Elizabeth couldn't go, and we went and saw it, and that's the first time I met him face to face. And how cool is that, meeting him face to face at the John Williams concert?
He killed you with kindness, right, Rob? That was his approach.
He did, but yeah, he did. But you know what? The proof's in the pudding. Don't believe me.
Right.
Well, February 16th, you'll see it yourself. I guarantee you, again, if you're an old school Star Trek fan, the first thing that appears, I guess after the start, you know, they have that new Star Trek. By the way, there's that Star Trek universe logo that now appears before the Star Trek TV shows. Keep a careful eye out on the beginnings of those
for Picard,
because even that
has little clues. Nice.
And you'll see that logo come on when you see the first title card. And I won't say what it is because you Star Trek fans will know. You'll be like, okay,
here we go.
Okay, here we go. You'll be like, there's somebody who knows their Trek history.
We've got Jordan Salier, who turned in a super chat, $6.99 Canadian, saying, love your idea about Henry Cavill being Red Sun Superman. Is there any other Elseworld stories you'd like to see adapted?
Oh my God, there's so many. You know, I mean, it's been done. It wasn't done well, but like Gotham by Gaslight, I always loved. I always loved taking characters. I mean, a Superman for All Seasons, I know that they're going to look into that, but there are so many different, you know, I'll tell you, there's a DC miniseries, they'll never do this, that Howard Chaykin did, a cosmic called Twilight.
Okay.
About the cosmic characters, Howard Chaykin's Twilight. It was a 3-issue prestige. I mean, they'll never do it.
Yeah.
They'll never do it. But nobody would watch it except me.
One that comes to mind to me, it's rather obscure. I don't know if it could ever make a good movie, but I think it was called Faster Than a Speeding Bullet. And it's a Elseworld story where the Kal-El's capsule ends up in Gotham City. So he is the adopted son of Bruce and Martha Wayne.
Yeah.
And when Bruce and Martha Wayne are killed, Kal-El becomes Batman. So it's Batman with Superman's powers.
Yep.
It's a really interesting kind of take on it. I just remember the premise being interesting. I don't remember the story or if it was particularly good story, but it was kind of an interesting take on the Elseworlds piece.
Yeah, I mean, look, I did on the John Campea show, I did float the idea of doing Superman Red Sun with Henry Cavill Superman.
Mm-hmm.
I stand by that. I think Henry Cavill is a great Superman,
Mm-hmm.
and I loved him in Warner Brothers made Man from U.N.C.L.E. with him and Guy Ritchie, which didn't make any money, but I thought he was great in it.
Yeah.
And first of all, people would love Superman Red Sun. I'm sure there would be a lot of people, because of the situation in Ukraine and all that, which might not be down with that, but still.
Well, it's still emblematic of the old. I mean, it's communist Russia.
Yeah.
It's kind of its time kind of thing. It's
I think it'd
also
be cool.
the nice thing is that it's a self-contained story too. You can do it in one series or one movie and just get it out. So it would be a nice take on that. All right, we've got Chris Haft coming on board. Chris, you should be able to unmute.
Hello, Rob.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I am doing well.
Good to hear. Okay, so I wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to get a little weird. You said this is an
Please
open
do.
space, so
Please,
I'm
it is an
gonna push
open
it. I might be pushing it to the limit this one.
No. Get as weird as you want. We're
Okay,
all about
okay.
the weird here.
Okay, so
By the way, that was a
now-
DC comic series too. There was a DC comic series called The Weird.
Oh, I don't know about that one, but I also didn't know about Speeding Bullet either, or Faster Than a Speeding Bullet. So now I'm gonna have to go read that one. That is what's nice about the DC and Marvel apps, is like you can go read a lot of their more obscure stuff that you're not gonna be able to find physically anymore. Having to read it on an iPad is mad. I'm a physical guy myself, but
Thank God.
yeah. Oh yeah, I have all the DC stuff from like Crisis on Infinite Earths to Final Crisis and Flashpoint and New 52, all in physicals. But so I wanted to, okay, so we know a lot about stuff that used to be considered conspiracies. Now we know there was actually like real stuff, like MK Ultra, like the CIA using psychedelics to do mind control.
Yep.
And we know a lot. We actually know that the conspiracy that the government was using Hollywood to promote propaganda back in the day. Real.
Disney was turned into a propaganda. They made propaganda cartoons.
Yeah. Okay, so I was wondering, in your experience, do you feel like that have you I know you're mostly in the editing bay and stuff, but I feel
I worked at Warner Brothers in feature production. No, I have never, and I've looked.
Yeah,
to be honest.
What I heard, the most recent one I heard about, I haven't heard really anything since, but like apparently Ben Affleck, that was working with the CIA for Argo, which makes sense because he's gonna want to like research for what happened in the operation.
That was a psyop,
right?
That whole thing was a psyop. So I mean, that was the story. That was Jack Kirby too. Great Jack Kirby working on in real life. That whole thing was a psyop. So, but Hollywood, here's the thing. There, people talk about like, well, Kubrick faked the moon landing.
No,
Hollywood. There's no way that the problem with Hollywood is there's too many people on a set.
Right.
Like there's no. Look, I do think that everybody, in terms of the government using Hollywood now to, there's easier look, there's a great documentary on social media on Netflix that talks about how, I mean, there is no doubt in my mind that every single day of the year, 24/7, we, especially in America, our entire, there are people attacking us on every level in terms of social media, on every level. There are foreign actors, bad actors that are, and by the way, because we have made it, and why not? The world has been given the most powerful communications tool ever in the internet, where we are globally connected. There are bad actors. I see it on my feed. I made one comment about, I go, why are we allowing a Chinese hot air balloon over America?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
That's all I said. I was just musing because I was reading an article about it. I thought it was interesting. My Twitter feed got full. I mean, just full of
that,
anti-democrat, all this stuff. None of that's real. I mean, maybe a few things.
Well, how many of them are bots too, by the way?
All of them.
Yeah,
all of them
exactly.
are.
Exactly.
You know, and you can, I made a joke when I first started on YouTube back in 2015. I called them Russian hot bots because I got a lot of like the Russian hot bots, and I made it a joke, but you can see it. You can just watch. There are total data farms or whatever, people that are, and by the way, our democracy is under attack 24/7 because no one can afford to attack us. Even China, we talk about militarily, we would smoke any.
Well, they also have a real population issue. They don't really have like I think they're saying, well, there's one guy I heard say that this is potentially like the last time that China is going to be able to have the manpower to do anything right now.
They're one shot
population.
Yeah. I mean, but they can dismantle our democracy with a few tweets in a day. Yeah. And by the way, more power to them. You know, I'm like, great. The thing is that makes us, we have to step up, but we've bought into it all. Our society has been dismantled. We have been taken apart.
So I know you say that a lot, but I will say that I do feel like though that's kind of a bed of our own choosing to a certain degree because
it absolutely is.
And I think it goes back to even before. I think it goes back to the Red Scare and McCarthy era when that was like a real fracturing. You know, like you were literally making people believe that everybody, like your neighbor, was like some evil communist. And like yes, there were spies here, right? Like we found out about some of them, but it was not like they found out later. It was not the level that they made it sound like it was. And they and it created 100%. Yeah, and it created division that like only has been exacerbated the last like 60 years. And I don't know, it's just really frustrating that I feel like that we've fed into it so much and we spend so much time fighting each other over things that are really stupid that like at the end of the day, like it's not gonna stop the world from turning, but then we let like atrocities happen across the board like all the time, right?
Well, no, I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah.
You know what I have faith in? I honestly have faith that, let's say, I'll give you an example. A couple months back, there was a storm. I drove over something. My tire blew out about half a mile from my house.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the side of the road calling roadside assistance because my Prius doesn't have a tire in it. While I was sitting there, for the time I was sitting there, I think 3 people stopped and said, "Hey man, you need some help? Can I give you a ride somewhere? 3 people don't know me in my town."
And that's in LA.
I'm outside of LA, but yeah, yes. And my point is that even in LA, when I lived in Hollywood, where I lived for 20 years, in Pasadena, if I was outside, if I was doing some kind of work, if I was changing a tire, people would always stop and they would say, "Hey man, you need some help?" Now, a cynic could say, those people, what if they're going to brain you over the head with a tire iron and take your money? Okay. In this day and age, that's hard, unless you have, how many people carry cash anymore? I do believe that ultimately, like if I was raising a barn, like in an Amish community, I think half the neighborhood would come over and go, "Oh man, can we help out?" And that's why I am such a staunch believer in people sitting down and talking to one another, or better yet, doing things. I made a couple of years ago, I made a comment saying, I wish we lived in a world where we got everyone's mom together and they made their favorite dish and we could all sit down and sample those dishes. I got a couple people saying, "Oh, you just think women should be cooking for all of you?" And I'm like, you know what? You performance activists, you can all fuck right off, because this was a metaphor. It meant, I don't care if it's your mom, your aunt, your uncle, your dad, whomever. The idea is that your family member makes something and everyone else's family members make something, and you sit down with everybody and have a meal. And differences, your political differences, your whatever differences you have, are swept away by a well-prepared meal. and you'll sit down and have a meal with somebody, and you'll do it. I mean, haven't traveled as much as I would have liked to, but I've been to Asia, I've been throughout Europe, been in the Middle East, and there's one truism. Everybody will sit down, share a meal, have a great conversation, have a smile on their face, and hey, man, you might get into it over great dates or a falafel or something in the Arab Quarter or something, but it doesn't matter. Everyone will sit down with a smile on their face and talk. And we have forgotten that because it feels better. You know, it's funny. Do people not pay attention to Star Wars? The dark side is quick, easier, more seductive. Just like being a dick. It's so much, wow, I feel so good. I've been a dick on social media. I feel great. I mean, come on, man. The dark side of the Force, just like Yoda said. It's harder to make a meal, share it with somebody, go talk to somebody you've never talked to. It's all good.
Thank you, Chris. Rob, here is the comic book I was talking about. It's called Speeding Bullets.
Yes.
And it has it pays homage to old Superman.
I remember that. Yeah.
Comic book cover with Superman, with well, it is Bruce Wayne, but it's Superman in the Batman suit. So that's the one that
with the old Elseworlds logo.
I love that Elseworlds logo. And
I'm actually looking forward to seeing how they adapt that logo, because I want to see the DC universe, the DC logo, but I hope they have a separate Elseworlds logo too, because that would be cool.
Notice too that the Batman shield is inside of a Superman shaped shield on his chest, which is kind of cool. So, and by the way, Todd McFarlane Toys has made a figure of that Superman, of that Speeding Bullet Superman. So that's kind of cool to have a physical representation of that. So
I love it.
All right, David Gonzalez is up next. David, you should be able to unmute now. I'll go ahead and add you to the chat. Welcome, David. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm just trying to get my video going.
Sounds good.
There we go.
There you are, sir. How's it going?
There we go. I'm good. How you doing?
Hanging in there, man. Good to see you. Welcome to the chat.
Thank you. I was thinking there was a couple different things I want to discuss, but I thought what might be fun is I have 3 different topics that I had some thoughts about. So I'd let you pick which one you like.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
fire away.
So I have the options are new DC and fandom, recent Star Wars and the future of the IP, and the last one is producing new projects and outside forces that affect those projects.
Okay, here's the thing. Those are different. What would you rather talk about? Because I could opine on all 3 of those. Those are all great.
Well, I was thinking like for each member chat, I would do one of each. So eventually I'll do all of these, but see which one you like to do first.
Well, I mean, I think I've been talking so much about DC.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Bless you.
And Star Wars too. I mean, I think I like your last topic about producing new projects.
Okay. So for that one, I remember on the Campio show, you were talking about how certain producers, how they're so important because they could sit on projects for decades.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, when they finally get to make those projects, because they're beholden to their like financiers and things of that nature, I was wondering, because nowadays, since audiences seem to have more power in the creative process since social media, I'm wondering if there was a pre-internet time in which like maybe through focus groups or something else like behind the scenes that we don't know about that affected the ultimate end of a project that you may know of, that the end result was completely different than its inception.
I don't know about completely different, but they're like, I'll give you an example. The Shawshank Redemption is a movie that the movie ended with Red's voiceover, Morgan Freeman's voiceover, where he's talking about, I hope, that the ocean is as blue as I remembered. And his last line was, I hope. And the final shot was the Greyhound bus going over the hill.
Mm-hmm.
And the audience, when they showed that to test audiences, the audience was pissed. And they're like, what? You can't not show Andy Dufresne and Rhett meet at the end. So Frank Darabont, they had to go out and do a shoot. where they went to the beach and they showed Andy, Tim Robbins working on his boat, and Morgan Freeman walking up the beach with a smile on his face. And that was something that an audience, a test audience, demanded. And there are, I don't know if it, because here's the thing, Hollywood will only show things to audiences after they're made. And they still do it, by the way. They're still showing, there's every TV show that gets made, they show it to a focus group. Every movie, they go through a test audience, a test process. Fatal Attraction, the original in 87, Fatal Attraction ended with Michael Douglas's character being arrested and hauled away. And they shot that. You can see the deleted scenes on the disc. So there have always been, especially in the modern age, because as movies have become more and more expensive, you know, they need to get their money back, and they don't want audiences to revolt. There are a lot of times when audiences, they'll show a project that is ill-conceived from the get-go, and there's really no way to save them as much as they might try to. I watched a YouTube video like Batgirl. Batgirl. I watched a YouTube video last night as I was working on this infernal model that I'm making, that where Quentin Tarantino was telling a story about when he spent a year showing Reservoir Dogs on the festival circuit, and Miramax wanted to buy it. Harvey Weinstein wanted to buy it, and Harvey Weinstein said to Quentin Tarantino, look, you know, the scene where Michael Madsen plays Stuck in the Middle with You and tortures the cop and cuts off his ear, if you were to cut that scene out, your movie would get seen by a lot more people, and that scene really turns off the female audience. So why don't you cut it out? And Quentin Tarantino, the way he does it, he goes, I waited 1, 2, 3, 4. And when he got to 6, Harvey Weinstein said, well, okay, Miramax will release the film intact, you know, and he has to stand up for it. The problem is when you work for a studio, you know, it's their money, and they've arranged, and what you are doing is, you as a creative artistic entity work in tandem with the studio. And I think one of the things that has happened, especially more recently, I mean, it's always happened, but the problem is there is more of a disconnect between the people at the studio that are calling the shots and the people that are actually making the films. Right. And there's a lot more interference happening because there's a lot more money involved. So the people at the studio level are very reactionary. They're reactionary to the currents and eddies of the business that are happening momentarily, because they're always second guessing themselves, because the people at the studios do not themselves have great conviction. Right. They are beholden to marketing. They're beholden to all kinds of things, and no one's going to stick their neck out, which is unfortunate, because I think the business would be much more successful if you had people. It's amazing. Hollywood, there are so many people that work in the motion picture business that don't know how movies are actually made. Yeah. It's very strange. And what's interesting is when you go to these meetings, I mean, now I'm older, but when I go into meetings with people, it's amazing how little they actually know about the actual process of the product that they're in charge of greenlighting. Right. And I don't know if that's true of a lot of other businesses, but it's certainly true of Hollywood. And it's frustrating. And you ask, you know, how do these things get made? And, you know, the reason, like the previous administration, the pre-AT&T administration, Kevin Tsujihara's administration at Warner Brothers, probably wasn't the best administration. They're the people that and they were all reactionary. They all wanted their bonuses for the AT&T merger, and you know, the people that I love in Hollywood are the people that get the reins of power. Or in terms of, like, again, Star Trek Picard season 3, no one else wanted it. Terry was given it, and he ran with it. He made it his own. He fired everybody he wanted to fire. He brought in all the collaborators he wanted to use, and he made the show he wanted to make. And it turned out great. Not a lot of people get that. he was lucky in that Akiva Goldsman wanted to go do something else, and Alex Kurtzman wanted to go do Man Who Fell to Earth. So there was nobody there, and they gave it to Terry because he had the experience, and he took it and made the most of it. I wish that people would, and there are producers, people like Roy Lee, who find newcomers. They find scripts. They bet their reputations on them. Sometimes they might lose out, but other times they come up with a barbarian. And that director, Krieger, $38 million deal he makes with Warner Brothers. Roy Lee's producing. They're doing another project, Weapons, because Roy Lee banks on talent. That's what he's always done. He's gone with his gut. How many people are like him? Jason Blum. You know, that's what we need more of in the business. The problem is how many people are secure enough to bet their reputations and their careers on things. The people that know will, and they always win. Well, maybe not always, but there's so few of them left.
Thank you, David.
But thanks. That was those 3 questions were great. So thank you for bringing those up. That was really cool.
All right, we've got our. I'm still looking for a word for cookie maker. I was thinking like our favorite Keebler elf, maybe.
I love that. Ish is a Keebler. You know what? Why not? But then again, we're always promoting Keebler.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't want to.
Maybe our favorite tree elf or chef.
And by the way, let me just say, Ishmael has made multiple batches of his cookies that he's given us. These cookies are not to be trifled with. Like, if you put them down in a room where there are other people that have access to them, you will not see them again. And I've seen this phenomenon is no longer a phenomenon because I've seen it happen not just in my household, in multiple people's households. So Ish,
welcome.
Kelly, it's good to see you, but man, I don't mean to give the hard sell.
Okay?
We're yeah, you sound good. You look good. You sound good.
Thank you.
What would you like to be known as? If I'm going to make you the official cookie cooker, cookie maker, what would that be? What would your name be? What would we call you, Ish?
Cookie Master. I think I like that one.
Instead of a monster.
Yes.
I think I think Cookie Master is great. Mm-hmm. The Cookie Master that feeds the Cookie Monster. Although you could always just say, "Call me Ishmael."
Yeah, I like that one too. First I want to start, Rob, just by saying, I'm a pleasure being here, and I'm happy that you have these meetings for us to get to actually interact and talk to you. But on the matter of cookies, I do plan on making some this week. So you have my contact information. I gave it to you on Twitter, in your DM. So at some point, maybe today or tomorrow, I get in contact with you so that either on your way home from going to campus, or before you go there, that we can meet up for a couple of minutes. I give you guys, I got a package of cookies I want to take.
We should have a meal
to the show. Yeah.
Oh man, I love taking the show. But by the way, do you know that have you seen that John's doing a live show with Greg Alba and Christian Harloff?
Yeah, I've seen that.
I think it's going to be pretty cool. It's kind of a new thing that this company pitched them. But I mean, it wouldn't be a campy show unless you and your mom are there.
I have to talk to my mom, see if she wants to go. Yeah, but on that, I just want to tell you that. But my thing is, I think I got a reason why fandom has become so toxic.
Okay, let's hear it.
And my reasoning is that I was thinking about it, and I think it's just that we know too much now. Before these movies are done, we get a whole year and a half to think about them, to come up on our own takes of what we want it to be. So then when the final part comes out and it's not that, we're upset.
That's a good point.
Before, you didn't have all that. You just had the movie itself. When the movie came out, then you seen it and you got to enjoy it. But because we've had so much time to sit and talk on the internet about it, and wish and fantasize, that it's ultimately disappointing.
That, I think that's a really good point. I think but here's the thing that, and I even catch myself doing that bums me out. It used to be that we idolize the creators of these things. It didn't matter who it was. I mean, we idolize them. And now, because of the accessibility of social media, and I feel that, like, ultimately, it's all movies and television and comics. They're luxury. We don't have to fight for our food. We don't have to go out and worry where we're going to hang our heads tomorrow, or maybe we are. But these are luxury items. And it's great that we live in a society where, like, what I don't understand, and I guess maybe this is why I continually have a sunny disposition, is we're now getting everything we ever dreamed of. Now, a lot of it might not be exactly what we dreamed of, but, you know, for everybody that hates the Marvel Cinematic Universe in Phase 4, I look back and go, well, wait a minute. What about Infinity War and Endgame? I could watch those movies on repeat forever. I loved Shang-Chi. I mean, dude, how much fun. Like, the first hour of Infinity War is like the greatest comfort food ever for a long time. Marvel. I mean, you got jokes. You got Doctor Strange and Wong in the Sanctum Sanctorum with Bruce Banner and Tony Stark making jokes about Ben and Jerry's ice cream and talking about the Infinity Stones. I'm like, what? What's not to love?
Yeah, I know. I don't get it, but I don't know. The internet it's something that connected us all together, but in a way, it's almost like it's a bad thing because it gave all the trolls a just bigger platform to troll and start chaos and just just be assholes because they could hide behind the fact that nobody knows who they are. But now, back in the day, you have to say something like that in front of somebody, and you might get punched in the face for it.
But now let me ask you this: do you see a way forward where, I mean, trollish behavior? To me, trollish behavior. If you're happy with your life, there's no need for you to troll. I think there's a lot of, as there has always been. There's been unhappiness in human civilization since the dawn of time. Because I think our de facto operating position is from a place of misery.
Yeah.
Evolutionarily, human civilization has been miserable for most of the time we've been on planet Earth. We're miserable people. We do miserable things to one another. So there's a lot of misery. However, fandom has always come from a place of joy, I think, until the social media. Now, let me ask you this. Because I would like to say that the raison d'etre of this channel is to celebrate joy, except about modern Star Trek, which I can't be joyful about. Wait, but even that, even my dark heart, my hatred, the 14-year Star Trek hostage crisis was changed by somebody like Terry Matalas. Yeah. Somebody comes along and brings in his own collaborators, has his own vision, because he loves Star Trek. We've never had a modern Star Trek creator. J.J. Abrams could not tell you fast enough how much he didn't like Star Trek. Terry Matalas is the only person who legitimately loves Star Trek, that came on and made Star Trek, that had the control to make it. So there is a way we can all have faith, I think, at some point.
Yeah.
So do you have faith? Do you think we can find how can we re-energize fandom and bring back the joy?
I don't know that. I think just by not having so much expectation, and just remembering the time when you just watch something because you wanted to watch it and enjoy it, and just go in and just go into it with an open mind. Stop, like John says, throw your expectations, leave them at the door, and just go in and watch things for what they are, and try to keep an open mind. Then after you watch it, okay, if it's trash, then okay, maybe trash it. But until that, at least just going with that idea of like how a newborn watches sees things for the first time. Just go in there with a wide open eye, and just be open, and joyful, and just hope that you're going to be excited, not dreading that you're going to be disappointed. Just coming to it's just the whole way we look at things, I think.
I don't know if we can change that, but I do think that we do live in a time of it's an embarrassment of riches. And for the most part, we're getting a lot, like even this year, getting Andor and House of the Dragon. That's pretty great. and getting all the things that we're getting. Now, I'm not saying we have to consume these things and just take what they give us. You should always be, discerning. But we are getting a lot of great stuff. We are getting a lot of great things. But yes, we should definitely connect. And the cookies thing's happening, and John's doing the show at Flappers in Burbank. I think the 18th, Sunday the 18th. I think that's when it is. Of course, we will already have seen episode 1 of Picard season 3. I can't believe I'm actually on the internet excited about Star Trek again. I mean, my God. Wow.
You've got us all excited, Rob. Many of us are eagerly awaiting that premiere. So
I'm telling you, when you see that first title card after the Star Trek thing, you'll be like, oh.
You got it. All right. We've got our friends in New Zealand. RRTNZ is coming up next. And you should be able to unmute now.
What's going on, man? Look at you with the Green Lantern shirt on.
Yeah, well.
No evil can escape your sight.
Oh, plenty of evils escaped my sight already this week.
Really?
How are you, Bob? You're right,
I'm
mate?
doing good. I'm your uncle.
Yeah, yeah, indeed, Robert's your father's brother. Yeah, things. I don't know if you've followed the news, but things are a bit funny down here at the moment. There's been a lot of flooding in Auckland. It's done a lot of damage.
Having somebody, I've lived in Auckland, and when I heard about the flooding, I was like, man, I lived on the waterfront, so I'm like, Auckland to me is like sloping into the ocean.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of places are underwater at the moment, so
yeah,
it's not in good shape.
And you lost your haughty prime minister, man.
Well, that was the other thing. I mean, that was a.
Pardon me. I do not mean to say she was only a hottie. She was a great statesperson. I really admired her, and I think, she when she left, I think that was something that the world should have listened to.
Yeah, it was for me. I thought it was quite a dark day for our country. I mean, I've lived here 27 years now, and in that time, I've seen prime ministers come and go, and she's definitely been the best one, and handled enormous crises. Better than anybody else.
She was amazing, but you know what? I respected her wishes, and it's like, my God, the world is a tough place. And she was, we talk about when you have someone like her, she was really unique, and she should be celebrated. And hopefully, people look at her as somebody to emulate moving forward.
Yeah, I think the vaccine mandates, and I don't really want to talk about that because I don't want to, no political views either way. I mean, I thought she was a great prime minister. A lot of people didn't. Vaccine mandates are quite a big issue. People forget that she also brought back free lunches at school for children who are in low-income areas. But yeah, so that was a bit of a downer. So shall we divert from that to something more positive?
Yeah, of course.
Well, first of all, the first positive thing. It's great that you mentioned Dave Cullen, because I think I put in a super chat about a month ago suggesting that you and Dave should do a stream together on Star Trek, and it'd be a guaranteed million view, I think.
I'm a huge fan of Dave's, and Dave was somebody else who got dinged a lot during the pandemic for some of the things he was doing. But he and I definitely park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay regarding Star Trek. And I'll tell you, I have heard that his response to the first 6 episodes were very, very positive.
Oh, that's great news.
And again, I think it's self-evident. You don't need me to tell you. And there's people that look for perfection, and people like, and I'm so tired of listening to this, but is Picard still a robot? I'm like, look, man,
who cares?
You know what? It's, and I've explained, android bodies for human beings have been around in Star Trek since 1966. In one of the early episodes of the original series, What Are Little Girls Made Of? Not ideal. You give up your humanity, but it's not. We're 100 years beyond that. And if you read books like David Mack's Cold Equations trilogy, so the answer is yes. They do have that canonical thing. Well, and I was one of the first people that was like, that fucking sucks. He's just a robot. And I was railing against it. But the fact is, they deal with that canonically. That was the hand they were dealt. So yeah, you can sit there and go, but Picard's dead. That's fine. I get it. Or you can embrace the fact that android bodies for human beings were part of Star Trek since the first season of the very first episode in 1966, which is what it's not ideal, but we go from there. And by the way, the writers rip on that. They wantonly make fun of that shit. And so they make fun of a lot of things. If you look at the subtleties, they had to deal with it. They deal with it in a very fun way. It's not a big plot point. It's very subtle, but they do deal with it. But anyway, so I didn't mean to cut you off. We can't hear you. We lost your audio.
I'm trying to. I think you might have muted yourself.
Oh no, now we can hear you.
Yeah. There's noise in the background, so I muted myself.
Oh.
My wife's just got to go into an appointment. She's running away from the camera because she's very shy.
Oh, come on.
No, I have to get her permission for that. Because she works in the media. So
Kiora, mate. Come on.
I have to get it's Talofa, my wife's Samoan. So
oh, nice.
Yeah, so I have to get authorization to show her image anywhere. The only other thing I was going to mention to you was and I think I know what you're going to say, but I'd still like to hear it from your mouth. Do you think that James Gunn is the right person to write a Superman movie?
Okay, here's the thing. I think that James Gunn understands the essence of what Superman is. And I think if you look at what he's done previously, the answer would be, I think, probably no. and I think, but I do think that James Gunn understands, like, he spent his life on the other side, deconstructing snarky punk rock, Tromeo and Juliet. If you look at Super and Slither, I mean, and his snarky sense of humor, I think that James Gunn also has the ability. What he needs to do is, in my estimation, he needs to go back to one of my favorite Superman graphic novels, a Superman for All Seasons. He needs to give us, because I think James Gunn understands this too, not some deconstructed Superman. He needs to give us the most classical. Look, he can't give us some Norman Rockwell 1950s George Reeves version of Superman. He can't do that because we live in the modern age. But I think he's going to give us a Superman that we all recognize as a classical interpretation of Superman. I think that he will do that. Now, I could be horribly wrong. But I do think that's what he's going to give us. Oh, are you frozen?
Yeah, looks like maybe RRT froze, and we're at time anyway, so maybe we'll.
But I did answer the question.
You did answer the question. Are you all good, RRT? Okay, thank you. It was great to see you.
I don't know how to say Kiora in Samoan. I want to know now. I want to know how to say that.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and keep going here. We're gonna bring in Joey Hamilton. You should be.
Oh man, you know what? I've been dreading this, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
I've been dreading it. I've been dreading seeing Joey.
Well, let's see what happens.
I've been dreading it because the last time I talked to Joey 2 weeks ago, Joey, I knew I was going to see you today. And after, I know, dude, I know. I mean, you talked about the entire town of Buffalo. You told us about, I know, I don't mean to make you cry. I just want you to know I was thinking of you, and I was thinking of the entire town of Buffalo because you've been so eloquent. And I just want to say that, and I will get, the floor is now yours. But I just want to say I feel your pain.
I appreciate that, Rob. But no, this isn't going to be a postseason presser. It was a couple weeks ago, so we've moved on.
I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you, though. I really was.
Well, I appreciate that. The game was so bad that we were sort of over it by halftime. I was really disappointing, but it was like, oof, this isn't going to go well. But
you were so eloquent about what it meant to the town, what it meant to the community, what it meant to the history. Sorry,
it's life. Well, it's life. Doesn't way it goes. We'll be back next year. We've been saying that for
you got a
my
great
whole
team.
life, but yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, but is what it is. Can't control it. Not yet, anyway. Until I buy the team. So we'll see. We'll see how that plan comes together.
I'm on your side.
All right.
Make it like Green Bay. Have the community buy your team.
Yeah, I feel like that's a sticky situation. I've heard that there's been weird things with that, but anyway, enough of the Bills. I looked at your top 10 of the year list, and I noticed you didn't mention Banshees or the Fablemans. I was just kind of curious of what you thought of those.
When I did my top 10 list, I hadn't seen them.
Okay.
I hadn't seen them yet. And I love Steven Spielberg.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I wanted to love the Fablemans. I loved what it was, but I felt that it was very for somebody who made a biopic about him, his own life. I felt that it was too Spielbergian. It was too. I wanted him to dig deeper. And I liked it, but I didn't love it. And I feel guilty for not loving it.
Well, yeah, it was definitely not completely a biopic. Obviously, he didn't name the characters after, himself or his family.
Right.
And I think it was intentionally idealized, which you could tell that it was not meant to be a direct one-to-one translation.
I think the real problem with Steven Spielberg in doing this is that Steven Spielberg is a master. The man is a savant in terms of knowing how to make movies. But as a human being, while he had this childhood, I don't know how. I think Steven Spielberg needed to travel around Europe for a year. And I think that I think the Fablemans needed more. I mean, Tony Kushner wrote it. I enjoyed it, but I didn't love it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't love it.
What about the Banshees?
Again, I liked it a lot, but as someone pointed out, I read a review of somewhere, I don't know who said this. They said that it's a thinly veiled treatise on the Irish Troubles. The and I'm like, okay, I can see that. I really liked it. I love his films.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I should say I really like his films, but I don't love his films, and I want to. I mean, I have a beautiful 4K version of In Bruges, and I like Three Billboards, but they've always kind of at some point they seem. I don't entirely buy them, and the premise was it sets up this premise, and I thought everything about the movie was beautifully done, beautifully shot, beautifully acted, beautifully written, beautifully directed. But I didn't love it. I didn't fully buy into the whole experience of it.
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about the Fablemans.
Yeah,
I
felt the same way.
Banshees I liked a lot more. So, but I can definitely see where you're coming from. I've heard a few people who kind of felt like that, like they thought it was fine, but not exceptional. So, it's definitely a very simple story. And did you think that they were reaching with the character choices?
No. I mean, I didn't feel like I've never been to Ireland for whatever reason. Maybe because I thought I was part Irish growing up. I found out after 23andMe or whatever, I'm French German, which disappointed me. But I've always loved the idea of Ireland. I've loved things set in Ireland. I love Ireland. So I am anything. I'll watch anything set in Ireland. Sing Street, come on. But this movie has a premise that is contrived in a way. Like, I just don't want to be friends with you anymore. And if you're going to be friends with me, I'm gonna start cutting off my fingers. Shut up. That's interesting, and I understand it from a metaphorical standpoint, but in a way it seems a little too, it's almost like a fantasy film in a way. It sets up this premise.
Oh, and then there's that mystical aspect with the Banshee. So for sure there was something there. It wasn't just a straightforward story.
And I just wondered, I'm like, I didn't buy into it as much as I would have liked to.
Okay.
And so I felt a distance, but I still liked it. I mean, the performances were incredible. I loved all the acting. I loved the way it looked. I enjoyed watching it, but at the end of the day, I didn't love it. And the funny thing is, the movie was telling me, you should love this. And I felt that I didn't love it. And yet I felt I'm supposed to love it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I've had that exact feeling before. I didn't really have that feeling for this movie. I probably liked it more than you did, but I know that exact feeling when you finish the movie. And again, that's pretty much how I described The Fabelmans for me. It was like that exact.
It was
feeling.
Almost exactly both of those movies, because I saw them afterwards. You know, I felt the same way. I mean, like, I've grown. Steven Spielberg shaped my worldview. I mean, Jaws, Close Encounters. I mean, there's so many. I love The Color Purple. I didn't love Empire of the Sun the first time I saw it. I thought it was over directed, but I've come to love it. I mean, Spielberg has been a man that has what I wanted. You know what I wanted Fabelmans to do for me? One of my favorite movies of all time is Almost Famous, which is basically Cameron Crowe's Ramona Clef of his life. I wanted the Fabelmans to affect me the way Almost Famous did. Almost Famous is in my top 10 films of all time in terms of just what they meant to me. And I expected the Fabelmans would be Spielberg's Almost Famous, and it wasn't. And I thought it would be. I thought if anybody could move me the way Cameron Crowe did in Almost Famous, it would be Spielberg. But and maybe that's unfair to accept that, but or expect that. And I did. And maybe that isn't fair, but I wanted to love. I'm not saying Fabelmans is bad by any stretch, no, but I wanted to be moved by it, especially a young filmmaker as Almost Famous moved me. What that says about me, I don't know.
Thank you, Joey. Hey, Rob, I need to take a little break. Do you want to take a little break now and then?
Yeah, because back? I could drain the main vein.
Yeah, why don't we do that? So
sure.
I'll put up the card, folks. If anybody needs to go off for a bathroom break and stuff, we can do that, and then we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Okay, hello. Are we back? Let's see. I can't.
Roger, I think is Roger up? Roger's up.
Let's see. Roger's up. Yep. Okay, we're good. Hey, we have a few super chats. Want to make sure that we
let's do some super chats. Don't start the clock on Roger yet.
I won't start the clock on Roger, but let me get.
Come on, man. Roger needs to get his time in.
Jeff Yerke replied to your earlier comment. One more thing. Rest in peace to the lovely and talented Melinda Dillon.
Oh,
Close Encounters. Yes. So
a Christmas Story.
A Christmas Story. That's right. Yeah.
So Melinda Dillon passed away. She was 83.
Wow.
She was the same age as my father when he passed away. By the way, I found a picture of my dad and I on the set of Free Enterprise 25 years ago this month. So for those of you who don't know, the only movie I've written and directed and was Free Enterprise. We shot it 25 years ago this month.
Wow.
And one of the things that was fun for me was both Mark Altman and I put our dads in it, but we cut Mark Altman's dad out. And for 25 years, I felt bad. Hopefully I'll be able to do a new 4K version. I'm going to do a re-edit. I'm going to put Mark Altman's dad back in the movie, but I know how to do it now.
All right.
But it was very funny because my dad, I told him, I said, Dad, we're making this movie. And he's like, I made Super 8 movies in my kitchen. Mm-hmm. And when I told my dad that, I'm like, yeah, Dad, it's the longest shoot day. It's 16 hours long. William Shatner's working all day, and you're going to be a bartender, and you're going to interact with William Shatner. You're in the script. You're Dick the bartender. It's funny because it's at a Hollywood club, and we don't explain why a 70-year-old man with cigars is working as a bartender, and he smokes while he's working. We don't even explain it, but he's there. And when he comes on the set, we're at this club in Hollywood. There's 100 extras. And this club was lit up by Chuck Barbie, our cinematographer, to look like a club from the Cage. Mm-hmm. Nice place you got here, Mr. Pike. And my father walks in. I pick him up, and we get to set like at 6:30 a.m. And he's looking around, and the grips are there, setting up the lighting. And my dad freaked out. He's like, "This is like a real movie." And I'm like, well,
what did you think it was?
now this is the same man that in 1990 went and paid to see the first movie I ever worked on, which was Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. He paid just to watch the end credits, to see my name in the end credits, because he's not going to watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And so this is 8 years later.
Yeah.
And my dad's on set, and he can't believe it. And perhaps one of my favorite moments in my life, in any man's life. So my dad smoked a cigar all the time. Like, my dad walked around, he could balance a cigar in his lower lip. When he would go into a store, he would take the cigar out of his mouth and put it in the windshield wipers of his car. He'd prop it up in the windshield wiper of his car as he walked into a store and came back. So there he was, dressed as Dick the bartender. He's behind the bar, and Rafer Weigel, who plays Robert, and William Shatner are there. We're blocking the scene, and Shatner looks over and goes, Dick, can I smoke one of those cigars? And Shatner turns to me and he goes, Rob, would you mind if I smoked a cigar on the scene? I go, Bill, if it's your choice, it's what you want to do. And I have a large scale negative that I need to blow up of my father behind the bar, giving Shatner a cigar that he had in his pocket.
Wow.
And Shatner has the cigar and needs to have it lit. And he leans over the bar, and my dad is lighting the cigar for William Shatner.
Wow.
And I have a photograph of that.
Wow.
And so, but I found a picture of my dad when we first were on the set in the morning setting up, and I put it's on my Instagram feed, RM Burnett. You can see it. And you can see that my dad has, a cigar. I mean, I swear the man was born. He probably came out of the womb, with smoking a cigar.
It wasn't a separate it was like a joined appendage to his hand.
Yeah, I would never. My dad's like, I could drive you to work. I'm like, no way, man. I'll smell like cigars for the rest of the day. There's no way. But so I put it on Instagram. I found this picture of my dad was the nicest guy in the world. He never said a bad word about anybody. He loved everybody. But he always said wildly inappropriate things. But to me, and there's a picture of him smiling with the cigar in his hand. It's on my Instagram feed. I think it was, and I just found it 25 years ago this month. We shot Free Enterprise. Amazing. What does that say about my career? Don't know, but hey,
it's still going.
Still going.
We have
who's still going? Roger's still going.
We got a couple more super chats. I wanted to get them out of the way before jumping.
Sorry.
This one is 2 separate super chats, but they're one, a two-parter. Chasing the Devil, like $5. Hey Rob, what's your opinion on bringing back Farscape as a reboot or continuation of the original series? And he continues with characters like the Peacekeepers, Scarens, Scorpios, etc. It just seems like it could make for a great sci-fi fantasy series. And thanks for the $10 super chat there.
When I was married, Claudia Black came to my house once. Hung out with me and my wife. Just saying, not in a bad way, or in a good way. But I love Farscape.
Yeah.
And look, here's the thing. Here's what I think that Hollywood has come to understand, and thank God Top Gun Maverick will resonate for a long time. I have often said to people that Star Trek Picard season 3 is like Top Gun Maverick, not like the plot's the same, but it's about taking these characters. I think that reboots are a mistake. I don't think that's what people really want. I think people want to know what happened to their favorite characters.
Right.
And I think Farscape, I loved Farscape. I thought it was really imaginative. It was wacky. It was fun. I liked the characters.
And didn't James Gunn draw a lot of inspiration for Guardians from Farscape?
I think 100%.
Yeah, he even had Crowder is in the second movie. He has a little bit part. Yep.
And there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
And look, is Farscape is science fantasy the way Star Wars is science fantasy? I mean, you have a living spaceship, Moya. I love Farscape, and I think that I love the characters. And by the way, I loved seeing the Henson Company. Brian Henson brings to bear the alien creatures, that the fact that they were, call them Muppets, but they were
right.
Practical.
Yeah.
I loved it. And Farscape was very unique. I think they should absolutely bring it back. I mean, here's the thing. I thought that the Dark Crystal reboot that lasted a season was terrific.
Yeah.
It was, I thought, better than the original film. Even the original film was always a little flat for me. I loved the score. I loved the design. I loved everything about it. Brian Froud's work on it. But I thought that the series was really, really good.
Yeah.
And I was surprised it didn't last. I mean, it's knowing what the analytics are. I mean, for those of you who don't know or who don't watch the John Campea show, and there was an article that came out a couple weeks ago. I don't know if it was Ted Sarandos, but they talked about what is Amazon, or what is Netflix, what is their philosophy about canceling shows. And now we've seen shows that have been canceled like before they've even aired. But what is the Netflix philosophy about canceling shows? And I was fascinated by this because 1899, which is a very expensive series that came from the creators of Dark, the German series Dark that was on Netflix, big, very highly touted show. 1899
international cast.
International cast. I mean, so how many languages were spoken?
Gosh, yeah.
Canceled after the first season. And I'm like, what the fuck? Everyone's like asking. Well, this was interesting. So Netflix claims that they decide whether or not a show is canceled based on the viewer completion rate of their series. Meaning how many people actually who start watching the show finish every episode. And if the completion rate is less than 50%, meaning that people who start watching the show, if more than 50% of those people finish the show, they'll consider renewing it. But if less than 50% of the people that watch it finish watching every episode, it gets canceled. Wow. And the thing is, I can't argue with those analytics. if people, no matter how good the show is, if it doesn't connect with an audience to the point where they're going to finish streaming the 10 episodes or 13 episodes or however many episodes they get, what is Netflix to do?
Right.
And the analytics don't lie. So unfortunately,
yeah.
Would Farscape survive? You have to ask yourself. Farscape was a niche show. However, I think that I don't know who's streaming Farscape. They did an upscale and made it HD. I don't know where it's streaming
it's in
now.
One
but
of the public ones. It was in Amazon Prime for a while, and now it's in one of those like Pluto TV or one of those streamer, free.
Look, I would love to see it, but it's an expensive show to make. Who knows if it'll happen? But I'd love to see it.
Yep. And it already was a show that was canceled early. I mean, it ended in a cliffhanger, and it was because of kind of, fan uproar and a company trying to finish the story that they then did the Peacekeeper Wars to try to finish it off. But it was a show that technically ended on a cliffhanger and wasn't finished.
Justin points out that the new Night Court is a sequel to the original show and not a reboot. It was also renewed for season 2.
It was. It must be doing
so I
well.
think, look, I think people, I don't know if reboots necessarily work. I think what's really interesting is people get older. The idea, look, you know what I think somebody should do, and I don't know why it hasn't happened. Friends 2023.
Oh yeah.
Or 20. Why the fuck don't they do that?
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be one of the most successful TV shows ever made. I think, not like the Sex and the City. The Sex and the City reboot is one of the worst. One of the worst things I've ever watched ever. It is a horrible, no one talks about this, but you talk about a disaster of virtue signaling, identity politics. It is so god awful. I mean, it is just terrible. And yet, I mean, I respect them for bringing it back.
Farscape was also one of those shows that was caught between the episodic TV and the serialized TV kind of transition, right? And so learning what they've learned now, maybe it would be more serialized, maybe a shorter season, because there were a lot of filler episodes and stuff still in the way that they did that show, but it also had a continuing story. So I could see, maybe something limited where they could say, okay, we're going to take a very specific story and just tell it over a few episodes to see how it does. So
I'd love to see it come back. By the way, as Roger has waited patiently to speak, the sun has changed and given him amazing lighting. Look at the sunlight streaming into him. He looks so great. It's like Roger Deakins is shooting Roger Robertson right now.
Well, then let's go ahead and add him here before we forget.
The heavens has opened up.
That's right. Welcome, Roger.
Dawn of light. Farscape, it was a good show, and also like Babylon 5. I think I read that they're redoing it as well.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I love Babylon 5. It's unfortunate that they didn't know. The problem with Babylon 5 is they never knew if they were going to come back, and like they shot, what's the episode, Waking in Light, the last episode of the show, they shot it way in advance. And then they had to finish a Shadow War in the middle of season 4. And so season 5, I thought season 5 was interesting, but I still love it. But they're talking about rebooting it. I mean, J. Michael Straczynski has been talking about rebooting that show for a long time, like redoing it. I don't know what, but I love Babylon 5. I'd love to see it come back.
They kind of did after a TV movie or something, just showing years later.
Yeah, they did Crusade and then the movies.
Yeah, like Boxleitner, they did like the scene where he kind of passed away.
That was the last episode of the show, but they had filmed that earlier in case they never had a chance to wrap it up.
Yeah, but you talk about all these, since All Good Things 29 years ago, making me feel really old today, Rob.
Dude, me too. But you know what's great? We're still chugging along. I mean, here's the thing. I have not. I like getting old. I mean, it's a part of the human experience, and I feel I'm lucky. I feel pretty good, which means probably I'll walk. I'll have a brain aneurysm or a heart attack and just drop dead walking out to my car going to the John Campy show.
Don't do that, Rob.
But no, I hope not. But I mean, I feel I feel very fortunate. I've enjoyed my life.
Now, Rob, on John's show, who does the art on that?
Oh my God, Ray Ora.
Now, the scripts is okay, but the Biggs Darklighter poster, I want that on my wall.
I will get it for you.
That was the best art I've seen in a long time.
Okay, the funny thing, first of all, Ray Ora is a mad genius. And he's been doing he does these things to me during the show. He makes them during the show while we're going. I think Ray Ora is one of the great unsung talents on YouTube. He is, first of all, he's such a sweet guy, but he's so funny and he's so observant and he sees things. I mean, he knows what's going on and he doesn't understand. Like I had to pick the topics for yesterday's show. And I'm like, what are we going to do? And I'm like, Seth Rogen's talking about the Avengers. And I'm like, and I write to Ray, I'm like, hey man, can you put like Preacher and Invincible or maybe just The Boys versus the Avengers? And Ray's like, oh, only that? You don't want more? And of course he came up with a great thumbnail where you've got Butcher and Homelander versus Steve Rogers and Bucky. Right. And I mean, his thought process he's so talented and so witty and so funny.
How did you get that expression on your face on that art? That was
Ray is the man. He goes back with John. He's been working with John all the way back to Collider. I mean, he is a really, really talented guy. And I have to tell you, I don't think anyone makes us laugh harder. Working on the John Campea show is hilarious. I mean, the people on the show, John's put together Chris Carr, Aaron, although Aaron's moving. So Jonathan Voico, Ray, myself, bringing on Harloff. I mean, it's hard to explain how, because Chris, Ray, and Jonathan are very, very funny people. Their humor is very smart, and it's very, I mean, it is so, I have never laughed so hard in my life than I've laughed on live on that show. And of course, everyone's clipped it out and as goofy as my face looks, but Ray is he's the mad genius. All the graphics come from Ray. All of them.
Yeah. John is his name, the one that looks like
Matt Reeves?
Yeah, but the mustache.
Yeah, that's Jonathan Voico. He's been working with us.
He's funny too.
He's so funny. So funny. And Taylor Gonzalez, who's new to the team, he's been with us for 6 months.
Yeah.
He is hilarious too. I mean, a very, it's interesting. I used to live in Pasadena and Taylor went to Pasadena City College and he was a writer on the newspaper there. And his articles, he's a very smart guy. His writing is really witty and really funny. Like he wrote an article, like he knows fuck all about sports. And he wrote an article where he went to he had to cover for a class. For his journalism class, he had to cover all these different things. So he had to cover a sporting event. So he went to a baseball game and he wrote an article about the experience of it. And it was like, here's everything I could be doing in the 3 hours I have to watch this baseball game in. And it was hilarious. And when it was published in the paper, the coach of the baseball team sought him out and found him and said, dude, this is hysterical. And, John's done a really great job of putting together a team of people that, working with all of them is so much fun. So much fun.
I mean, no matter what, I disagree with John about everything he says about the MCU, but his ability to build a show, put people around him is so impressive.
Oh yeah. No, and it's it's funny because in April I will have been streaming with John Campea for 8 years, which is insane to me. I mean, my marriage didn't last 8 years.
There's lots of things that don't last 8 years.
I know. And no, it's fun. It's really fun. Hopefully it will continue. You never know. It's very up and down, the whole YouTube space and all that. So
all right. Well, Rob, it's good talking to you, and
Roger, good seeing you. And I mean, you got the God's rays coming down over you. You look fantastic. Are all things good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, doing fine. It's everything's going okay here in Oklahoma. No big problems.
That's good. All right. Good to hear. You feel good?
Yeah. You know, I had a hip replacement a couple months ago, so I'm starting to get around a little bit better.
All right. How did that go?
Oh, it went fine. Just, you know, so much arthritis in there, and I fell, so they went ahead and replaced it. So
nice.
Getting new parts. That's if I get be titanium all over, I might have a chance.
Roger Robertson, a man barely alive. We can
Titanium
rebuild
man.
him.
We can rebuild him.
We can make him better than he was. Better, stronger, faster.
Thank you thanks for your patience, Roger. I appreciate it. Good to see you.
The $6 billion Robertson. Could happen.
It could happen. That's a movie that never took off. I remember hearing a lot of rumors.
Mark Wahlberg was supposed to be the $6 billion man.
Yeah. Well, at one point, I think Jim Carrey was attached, and they were gonna leave it as the $6 million man, and he's just gonna be like really cheap and broken up and stuff. So it was like they would keep it at $1 million and show you what $1 million gets you today. So. All right, we got Glenn Mark coming now. Let me go ahead and add you there, Glenn Mark.
The New Zealand contingent.
You should be able to unmute now, Glenn Mark.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
How are you, man?
Good, thank you, sir. Good. Yeah.
How the books go? Or your work going?
Yeah. Look, so my editor has finally got to me yesterday, and she said that she is now starting to look to put the second book together. So
nice. Congratulations.
Glad that's still going ahead. And I sent her a script for the third story quite a while ago, and she's now read that. And she's pretty happy with that too. I just have to do a little bit of editing at the end, and it looks like I might have a third one on the way later this year. So
well, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, just on the Prime Minister. Before that, actually, I was going to say, while RTNZ was having all the flooding going on up there, down here it's been a scorcher. Well,
right.
Where 32 degrees, it starts to get a bit high for Kiwis.
Well, you guys are in the summer though.
Yeah. So is Auckland. So is Auckland.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Rain. Yeah.
Monsoon.
Yeah. Just what I was going to say about the Prime Minister is, even though, yes, there was mandation, the vaccine was mandated, she didn't send soldiers around to hammer on our doors and drag us out to get it done. So, so when people go on about that, I think, well, look, it could be worse. And I will admit, I chose not to take the vaccine, and I still haven't caught COVID.
Well, it's funny. I've had 4 shots and I did catch COVID. So what kind of a vaccine is it? I mean, here's the thing. I'm a big, I believe in science. I was vaccinated against mumps, smallpox. I had lots of vaccinations as a kid. I never got any of those things.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a very, when the history of this pandemic is written, it's going to be a very interesting, because even if you look at RNA vaccines, or the vaccines because all of these vaccines have been these are not vaccines that came out of nowhere. They since SARS broke out 20 years ago in China, or even the 90s, RNA vaccine research goes back all the way to there. The thing is, even the vaccines that we were taking were still considered experimental until this year.
Yes.
And so basically, Big Pharma has been able to experiment with the world population, which is something. And I'm like, look, this is whether you're pro, anti, I'm just saying it just is what it is. And if you look at the actual materials, which anybody can look at, I mean, what's really, there's a new, what is it, not prednisone, but whatever there's now a commercial that's always on my YouTube feed that's like, I'm about to take the P vaccine. It's a Pfizer vaccine. And I'm like, all right, okay. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Look, I wasn't against it, but I did want it. I kind of wanted to wait at least kind of 3 years or at least a few years before.
You mean how all vaccines were treated in the past? Like every vaccine had to undergo very strict protocols and they would until COVID. Then all of that was thrown out.
Yeah.
All of it. And which to me, I'm just like, why? Why was the actual, you're dealing with public health, and suddenly every standard that we had for vaccines was just thrown out. Now, I'm not making a judgment. I'm just saying, why was that? Why was that the case? And why did I get 4 vaccination shots and I got COVID? I didn't get any. I just ask. I've been vaccinated since I was a kid. I've never got anything I was vaccinated against.
Yeah.
Except COVID.
So as you know, I've got this podcast I've been working on.
Yes.
I'm looking at perhaps releasing that Wednesday next week, but our wonderful RM is willing to have a listen to one of my episodes. I wanted to get some outside eyes and ears on it, apart from so not just my friends and family, and she's agreed to let me send her one, and she can have a listen and get some good feedback from her on that.
Well, RM is officially part of this channel, so she carries a lot of weight, especially with me. So, we will, by the way, be streaming tonight. We'll be doing Midnight Musings. So if you want to send something by her, by all means, but you have to get by her. Just saying.
Sure. That actually wasn't the reason I was sending it, but I mean, to be honest, it would be more, unless you put something there for families and their children, it may not be a podcast for you. But
why not? We're a network. we have all kinds of programming. I mean, look, King Tannic, I don't know if he's still here. Israel's still here. Both and I can't say RM. I just love going.
I know.
But RM, and also King Tannic put out the Otaku Experience, and RM had her new show that she launched yesterday, and I'm really proud of all these shows, and it's very interesting to watch them. Slowly. We got 100 subscribers in the last day. So that's great. It's really cool.
So, well, lastly, then, just before I go, you know that it's called Lit to Warm You. So I've come up with a little phrase before I get to that title, and it goes like this. This podcast is informal, informative, funny, and free, and I hope it will spark your imagination a flare. Welcome to Lit to Warm You.
Dude, that's great. Well, I love that. Make this good. We'll put it on the channel.
All right. Well, I'll send something off to Aaron tonight or tomorrow.
Because I would love that. I mean, look, it is the Burnettwork after all. The whole point, my whole desire to start this channel was to make it a place to showcase other voices. I mean, how many times somebody wrote me? Actually, I got a really great letter, a great DM talking yesterday about, Rob, you're just a little long-winded. If you just keep your shows to a half an hour, you might get more subscribers. I'm like, you're not wrong. So the more we can do, the more diverse voices we can get on the show with more diverse subject matter, I'm all for it. Let's turn this into a network of all kinds of things. And plus the fact that you now have your own work. I mean, what's so cool about, like, even the people here, the members of this channel, why shouldn't we, like, I don't know, like Roberto was saying, why don't we have a scheduled time? Like I told Israel, I told King Tannic, I said, look, here's what I want from you. Have your show done. I want thumbnails. He sent me everything. Like he sent me the timestamp. So on YouTube, and I never do this because if you put like the timestamp, it's four numbers with a colon. So it's like at 0128, I'm talking about this. And if you do that, you put it in the description, YouTube, Google will instantaneously break down those things and make them searchable on Google. So I've noticed on his show, I've never done this on my shows, which I should because I'm lazy, but I'm watching the analytics pick up the different things and more people are coming to his show. So if you were to create a podcast, and I'm going to start telling everybody this, and you actually put and give me you write your own description and do the hashtags and everything and put your timestamp, it will be beneficial and will make the channel will supercharge it. So let's do a show about children's literature, whatever you want to do.
Let's do it.
And there's Victoria, the Vixter. She had COVID last time we saw her.
You should be able to unmute now, Victoria.
Hello.
Hello.
Vixter,
yes,
how are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Not too bad. Thanks for the shout outs as well, Robert. It's always nice when you were like, oh, I hope she's feeling better. So that was nice. But
I remember.
It wasn't fun, but I tested negative just before Christmas, just for Christmas Eve. So I was able to get a bus up to my parents. I still felt like death for about 3 weeks, but I at least was able to be in the same house as other people for Christmas. So that was nice.
Well, that's good. Congratulations.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm back in London though now, so nice to be back in my own space for a bit.
Man, I want to go to Blighty. I'm hoping to do this trip. I'm going to go to Germany in June.
Yeah, you should come.
I want to. Yeah, the last time I think I was in London. The last time I was in London was in 2012 to see Skyfall.
Especially for somebody who likes films like you, because obviously we've got the BFI, we've got the Prince Charles Cinema, and we've got all these kind of places that do great kind of.
You got the Odeon Cinema in Leicester Square, but here's the thing. Martino Simoni, we've been talking. I got to go find Wales. I got to go to Port Marion.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. I want to go see. Torchwood headquarters. At least the exterior.
I can't mock for that. I've been down to Cardiff quite a few times to meet friends, and I have many photos of many Doctor Who locations from Cardiff.
Right.
So, you know.
I mean, I want to go. I've never been to Ireland. I want to go. Like I have this dream of going into the summer and walking around the entire island and go to every distillery. And people have said to me, well, they're all corporately owned now. They're not as fun. And I'm like, I don't care, man. I have this dream of walking around Ireland, going to all the locations where they shot Excalibur, drinking all the whiskey I can find, and meeting some redhead girl. Elizabeth wouldn't like that, so I can't meet the redhead girl anymore. But I can go to all the distilleries and I can go to all the Excalibur locations.
Oh well, no, you should definitely come over here. It would be great for us over here to say.
Well, what
hello.
I want to do is come and if I can, I was thinking even about crowdfunding a trip where I go and we would broadcast. Like I'd go to places and find like if I crowdfunded it, because I couldn't afford doing this myself, but finding studios or places where we could broadcast from and go to different cities and like invite imagination connoisseurs to come out. Nice. And like we would do shows throughout Europe, and I would and pick up, like, get Dieter and get Martino Simoni and get Terrier and you and Emma Bannon and Dean and go to all the people that I've met through Europe and just do shows for like a couple of weeks, maybe a month. I mean, how great would that be? And then we would go to all these, like, you'd take me to places and we'd broadcast live. Yeah, it'd be hilarious.
Pretty good.
Right?
You see, if you've got any sway with Ian McKellen from your New Zealand days, you could. There's always his. I've never been. He's got his pub in London that has like I think it's Mondays they do a pub quiz, and he sometimes turns up. And I've never.
Well, I could call Brian. I could call Singer and be like, "Yo," and Brian, I'd be like, "You should come." He'd probably fly himself over to Old Blighty and hang out. That's actually, you know what? You've now given me an idea.
Well,
an interesting idea.
One question I did have,
Yes.
and I saw your top 10 of the year, and I was pleased to see that, like my top 10 of the year, there was both All Quiet and Decision to Leave in your top 10. And I love Decision to Leave so much, and I bought it last weekend. So
it's on Mubi, right? Yeah. See, I don't know why I don't have one. I'm a huge fan of that film and the director. I mean, I love The Handmaiden, which was so good. But Decision to Leave, I thought, was a masterpiece. I mean, I think All Quiet's going to win the Best Foreign Film Award at the Oscars.
But the thing I was wondering, and I don't know whether this will ever change, because it seems at the moment we now seem to regularly get one international film into Best Picture now, which is great. But I kind of wonder now whether there's still some almost kind of unconscious or conscious decision making that it's still only ever one. Because I kind of was like, couldn't you? I mean, Decision to Leave didn't even get nominated for international feature, but I kind of was like, it kind of frustrates me still that it almost seems like they have the token international film now, and I'm kind of like, one day it'd be nice if they maybe were brave enough to have more than one in there. And then, you know, actors, I kind of still think there still seems to be some form of bias of not nominating kind of international actors in categories, which I don't know whether it'll ever change, but
no, you're 100% right. I mean, they're make no mistake, the Oscars are all about American films. We do have the international category. It used to be Best Foreign Film, now it's Best International Film. They change it. Americans don't know fuck all about the Indian film industry. You know, what is it? Shah Rukh Khan is in a new. There's I want to say it's Pashan. It's I don't even. The new Indian film that's like the Mission Impossible franchise that brings back one of the greats of Indian cinema, who's in his late 50s. You know, who looks
might be on at my local Odeon, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know. And look, I get it. I understand. It's hard enough to keep up with everything America is making, but we know so little about the world film markets. We just don't know. I mean, hell, The Wandering Earth is playing in theaters. The Wandering Earth was a gigantic, almost $1 billion film in China. No one in America knows this movie. I have 2 action figures from it. Nobody knows. We don't know anything about Indian cinema. RRR. People are like, oh my God, it's the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon of the modern age. Unfortunately, you know, Americans are woefully underinformed about international cinema. And I would like to see more than Parasite, and Decision to Leave should have been, it should have been in there. But I mean, I understand, I get where we're coming from. Here's a problem with Americans. It used to be 85%, but 65% of our population doesn't own a passport. We've never traveled. We don't leave the confines of the United States. As far as we're concerned, the rest of the world really doesn't matter. And when it comes to cinema, that's a damn shame, because in international markets, and by the way, I too am woefully, I am one of those. I'm a film fan, and I am woefully informed about what's out there. And I wish that the fact that we acknowledge, unfortunately, international cinema is, I think, at its lowest point ever, at least theatrically. However, you can go. The Wandering Earth is playing, you know, and I don't even know. There's Indian communities and Chinese communities that are hop, skip, and a jump away from me, which means that there are. If you look, especially in LA, we're lucky that you can get these international movies and see them. I don't know what it's called. I don't know. It's Pashan. That's not the right name.
It's Pathan. Pathaan.
And it's Shah Rukh Khan, right?
That's right.
It's
part of the YRF spy universe.
Yes. And you know, I was listening to this and I'm like, man, and this film reviewer was talking about how he's all buff and how majestic he is. I mean, just look at the dance number from RRR. I mean, here's the thing. If Americans would be a little less partisan and a little less angry and stretch out and go across, there's so much around the rest of the planet that is worth experiencing, so much awesomeness that we don't even know about.
Right. I've commented before how international film festivals don't have an American film category. You know, it's all films, right? We have to exclusivize international films, but everybody else is just film.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you, Vic. We do have one super chat that I want to make sure. This is Checkers the Inventor, but he says he's writing for Joey. It says, from Joey. Rob, it has now occurred to me that the Bills almost always lose after we talk. This relationship isn't working for me. Unsubscribe. Just wanted to leave that there for you.
I don't know what to say. All I know is that Kevin Wellborn is next.
Kevin Wellborn is next. Let's go.
I just want to say, Kevin,
in Kelvin.
I hope Kelvin saw that he was featured on Let's Get Physical Media last weekend. You know, I featured you hardcore for and by the way, I've not forgotten. I still have to PayPal you some cash. Don't worry about that.
Yes, I haven't forgotten. I'm sure I knew you hadn't forgotten.
I hadn't. But Kelvin, thank you so much for sending me these things. And by the way, the Danger Island disc is dope. I mean, when you sent that, I couldn't believe that. Because for those of you who don't know, when I was a kid, there was a show called The Banana Splits. And there was within that show, there was a sub show. And every day they would show different things, but Danger Island was a series that was within the Banana Splits, and Richard Donner directed some episodes. And when it would show up, when it would come on the show, I think it was at the commercial break, they'd be like, "Uh-oh, Chongo, it's Danger Island next," or something like that, right?
That's correct. In fact, my friend made a point as part of the intros and everything, it would be all there included. When
you sent me that package,
he had to do some editing on it just to tighten it up, actually put titles of the episodes. And
yeah.
I didn't realize because of giving it to you, I actually had this for several years, and I thought I better actually watch it. So I've watched half of it so far, and he's actually put himself in the credits. Because
look,
he did
man,
so much editing on it.
Well, yeah, it does. I'll take it. I mean, it's so funny because I hadn't seen it since I was, a kid, and I can't wait. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm. It hasn't migrated from here to the house where all of my players are at now. But thank you and thank you for the Noir box set. I did watch. By the way, I did not know, because I wasn't paying much attention, that every one of those discs has new special features on it.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Amazing. Amazing.
In a way, it's a little bit frustrating that you do start to see like 4Ks of these films coming from Kino Lorber, for example, or even from Paramount themselves. But they don't have any of the extras, but the 4Ks, and we're just sort of stuck with these.
Well, I will say, I mean, shout out to Kino Lorber, because when they did the new transfer of Usual Suspects, they did put all the special features that I produced back into, and while they're standard def, they look pretty good. The interviews look pretty good. I was really proud. Dave Parker, the director of Hills Run Red, Dave Parker, Kerry David, myself, we worked really hard on those documentaries. And we inherited that project from Tom Grain, who has a company called Mob Scene now, and he had done the Kevin Spacey interview, and he had done the another one of the other interviews. But it was great to see that Kino Lorber. I thought that they had lost those special features because they'd never been on any other Blu-ray. And it was great to see them put it out on the front.
They must have been in a vault somewhere or something.
Yeah, 22 years later, it was great to see that stuff.
Yeah, I have to actually watch all of that too.
They're pretty great. I'm really proud of those documentaries.
Yeah, because I watched this. I watched it last weekend. I think it was really good to see.
The transfer is fantastic.
I mean, it must have been a low budget movie, really. At the time.
It was. It was made for less than $5 million.
Yeah, so it's amazing what can be done with ingenuity and time.
Yep.
I mean, one thing that actually, which I did enjoy watching last night, is a film called Right.
Wait, hold it up higher. Oh, how'd you like that?
I really enjoyed it. So this is the 1962 version as opposed to the 1941. I really enjoyed it. I have to watch it again, I think, because there's so many characters with so many little stories to each of the characters. I was slightly confused by a couple of them. I was like, are they the same people? And then I realized, no, it wasn't quite like that at all. Because one couple seemed to, they commit suicide or he kills his girlfriend.
Yep.
But then you get another couple that seems similar, but he just goes off and accepts his fate as a samurai, and she just is left behind. So I was slightly confused by that story. But it's 3 hours and 20 minutes.
How's the transfer?
It's not bad, actually, considering I cracked it open after 15 years since I've owned it.
Wow. Wow, dude. What took you so long?
I don't know. I have so much stuff like that. I mean, I've got.
I've got Hot Toys figures I've never opened.
I've got Willow over there, which is about nearly 20 years old of DVD, and I've never opened it.
It's not good.
Well, that's the nature of being a collector.
Well, I know you got to collect. I mean, it's it's funny. I mean, I've gotten to the point where, like, I keep calculating. I wish I had like that movie that Justin Timberlake's in, that the Gattaca director. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? Directed time. It's In Time. It's called In Time.
Yes. Oh, yes, that's right.
And you got the clock on your wrist showing how much time you have left. I really wish I had that so I could calculate how much time I have left. So I want to give all of my physical media collection a watch, like one more watch. Like how many movies should I buy? Will I be able to watch everything else before I kick off this mortal coil?
I heard that Rio Bravo is coming this year too.
Bro.
And like,
Magnificent Seven and Rio Bravo.
Magnificent Seven. Jeez, we're gonna be
Shout Factory. We live in a wondrous time. We live in a wondrous time. I mean, who would have ever thought we're going to get all these movies on 4K? I mean, at the touch of a button, you can get all the pornography you want. I can order action figures from Hong Kong and have them here in days. I have 4.5-foot models of anime spaceships. I can watch. I mean, who would have ever thought that Voyage of the Rock Aliens would come out from Vinegar Syndrome? I never would have. I mean, and I would get a Star Trek series, a next generation series that's better than all 4 next generation movies combined. Who would have thought? I don't know.
Who would have thought indeed? Thanks, Kelvin. Thank
you so much.
Us. Hey, just wanted to.
I keep saying Kevin.
I know it's Kelvin, like the.
It's Kelvin, like the Kelvin. Like you know why? I can't. That's my problem. I have this psychological. I can't say Kelvin.
Think about the temperature, system. As
I try, but I still think Kelvin, and it makes me angry.
Just wanted to share quickly here the Danger Island cast. There it is. Just wanted to show that.
I'm telling you. Chongo. It's Danger Island next.
And that's what's his name from Airwolf, right? Peter Michael Vincent. Was that his name?
Jan Michael Vincent.
John Michael Vincent. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yep.
Or from Damnation Alley.
That's right.
Where's that on 4K? Probably no one needs it, but hey.
Oh, I put the wrong person on screen. Hold on. Now I lost you, Rob. Hold on. Let me go ahead and get you back on here. There you are. All right. So coming up next, we've got Matthew Medina. Matthew, you should be able to unmute now.
Yeah, test. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh yes, you sound good. Wow, you sound great.
So I completely agree with you with your Americans' perception of foreign film. Like out of my top 70 films, 36 of them are foreign films, and it's just so hard to get people just to even watch maybe like 5 minutes of one.
I know. I mean, I it's funny. My own film collection, I have so many foreign films, and like I don't even watch anime unless it's subtitled. I can't. Like I don't.
Yeah, me too.
And I've seen this new technology. I don't know if you've seen the video rolling around, that the new technology where they're able to use deep fake technology to make people speak in.
Oh, wow.
It's unbelievable. But like I can't, like I said, I can't even watch anime unless it's subtitled. And the greatest anime ever made, which is of course Legends of the Galactic Heroes, the original OVA series. I've never spent $800 on any physical media, but I spent $800 on the Sentai Filmworks. But the box set, it's amazing. But don't tell Elizabeth. The thing is, great films are being made all over the world, all the time.
Yeah.
And we in America, unfortunately, and I get it, I understand. But Indian cinema, Asian cinema, it's great to see. But I grew up watching.
Yeah, Indian, South Korean, Mexican cinema.
Yeah,
French
I mean, hey, if you people want to have your minds blown and you like horror, watch a movie called We Are the Flesh. Arrow put it out. Yeah, wow. Oh my God. But there are so many interesting movies being made all over the world all the time. And
did you catch a movie, The Sadness?
Oh, dude. Wow. Okay. That was a movie that it wasn't on my radar, and I was told about it. That movie's fucked up.
I know.
But it's awesome. For those of you, if you like would we call it zombie horror? Maybe it's zombie adjacent, right? Would you say that?
Yeah.
Zombie. The Sadness is there was God, what's the name? There's a series of horror novels, Hater. There's a series. I want to say the first book is called Hater. Like hate. You're such a hater. That The Sadness reminded me of.
Wow. Okay.
So a series of books, and the Hater has more than one book, but The Sadness, man, that's the stuff. And you know what? If you're a horror fan, you owe it to yourself to watch The Sadness. It's fucking great.
Oh, yeah. Another thing I wanted to bring up was when you were talking about the Fablemans. One thing, because I watched the 2017 Spielberg documentary before I went into it.
Yeah.
And my favorite part of it was when Scorsese, Marshall Lucas, George Lucas, Brian De Palma, and Coppola were all partying in the 70s. Like, that's the movie that I want to see.
Okay. There is a book. God damn it! Now I'm drawing a blank on this. There's a book. This is a crazy thing, but there is a book that what you just said. This is the first thing that came to mind. Hang on, let me hang on. Give me a moment. I have to find out because I want to get this. I want to get this right. My whole brain has just gone blank. But it is called. Oh, God, why is everything associated with this? There is a story. There was a novel that was written about 70s Hollywood. It's a fictional novel, but all of Marshall Lucas, John Milius is a character, and
I believe I heard you talking a bit on the Campia show before.
Yeah, why can't I remember it? I can't remember. And James Franco, I'll find it. Directed. He adapted this book, and the movie's barely come out. No one's ever seen it. He fucked it up, and I love this book. Hang on, I'm gonna find out. Let's see. I'm gonna find it. And I'll tell you all about it because it will tell me everything I need to know. And James Franco but the book is incredible. Now it's a fictitious book. but okay. Zeroville. Thank you, Zeroville.
Let me write it.
For those of you, if you want to read a book about Hollywood in the 70s, Zeroville is the book. And Steve Erickson, who is a favorite author of mine, the movie I've never even seen. It was unreleasable. It had to get pulled from release. Zeroville is all about, and I thought for sure somebody would make it. What a debacle. Zeroville, talk about a debacle. Read the book. The book is about a dude that comes to Hollywood. There are two books that I think two novels that every film fan should read. One is a book called Flicker by Theodore Rouzakis. Everybody should read Flicker. It's conspiracy horror movie fan. You've got to read Flicker, and you have to read Zeroville. I've never seen the movie, but it was a debacle. But I totally agree with you. I would love to see, my God, how great would it be to see a movie about Spielberg in the 70s?
I'm trying to think who would direct it.
Paul Thomas Anderson.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah. He's got to make with all of those people. And if you could get the cooperation of all of them, it would be so great.
Yeah. Just production wise, it just seems like a nightmare.
I can't even imagine. So, but there you go. But yes, that was kind of a diversion, but what can I tell you?
All right, thanks.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Matthew.
I'm trying to. I have lost it. You guys can still see me, right?
Yeah, we can see you.
I'm looking. I'm trying to look for my screen. I can't see anybody or anything.
Do you want me to pin you to the center here? I can
hang on.
I can spotlight you if that'll help.
No, it's not that. It's just very. I've somehow. I don't know what's happened. Oh, I'm still there. As long as you can see me.
Yeah, we can see you.
I can't see anybody else. What happened?
All right, we've got Tom Jr. Jackson, our moderator extraordinaire, coming up next. Let's go ahead and add Tom here. Welcome, Tom.
What's up, dude? We're all. Yo. What's going on? What's happening?
Not much. So it's good that you said that there is a show tonight, because I've been getting asked that in the YouTube comments.
No, there is. There is a show tonight. It might be a shortened show, or we might start an hour early, maybe. I don't know if Arun could do it. You know what? Yesterday I was just exhausted. I needed to wind down, and I made the wrong decision. I decided to go back to work on the Starship Andromeda model, and I was ready to fucking slit my throat. I was told that building the conning tower and all the lighting and the fiber optics was the toughest part. I'm like, come on, how tough can it be? No, I really wanted to end my life. About this has happened multiple times, but last night I was ready to end it. I'm like, I'm done. I want to bleed all over this model. So, but tonight we're gonna do a show.
Well, and then because after your show was canceled, I was gonna go to bed, but then Paul from Twinflix says, "You want to come on my show?" I go, okay. And we got halfway into it.
Yeah.
And he had to stop because he had to take care of something. So he ended up doing a short show, and I never got to go on. And we were going to talk Criterion and stuff. So, yeah. He actually got a movie called Women Kills.
I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know either. He said that the movie's been lost for the past 4 years, and they just whatever company sent it to him just found it. They remastered it, and he just got it. And you know how normally they'll have the reversible cover? Well, they put like a little extra cover in there to make it look like it's different. So you have the regular cover and then like a little slip over the inside of that cover.
Well, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was like, yeah, I never heard of it. And I'm like, I bet you Rob has heard of it. He goes, you know what?
Don't know.
Bet Rob heard of it
I
too."
do not know this movie.
Yeah, me neither. But yeah, I ended up getting myself the other day one of those Funko mugs of Groot, because I was in Walmart and it was like $9. I said, why not?
Yeah, well,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
why not? Get it.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't
Yeah,
you?
our end says, yes, she can start an hour earlier.
Oh, why don't we try and do that? Start at 8 instead of I'll ask Lael if he can do that, because that'd be good.
Yeah, because, you know, RM and I are both in the middle of this deep plunging cold freeze.
I know you guys are like in the middle of some weird day after tomorrow Roland Emmerich bullshit.
Yeah, it's like 16, but feels like 7 right now.
Wow.
It's going to get down to 3 tonight.
And RM, look at, she's wearing a hat. Which she was. I can't see.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have lost the dashboard.
Yeah, because I only see me. I don't see you. You're not like flipping back as we talk like it normally would happen.
Yeah, I don't know what has happened to me. I have, hang on. How about this? Hold on a second. Roberto, I'm going to jump out.
Okay.
And come back in.
Okay, we'll
'Cause
do that.
I can't see you.
Let me pause the clock.
Wait,
Everybody
now you're
in the
back.
chat say, damn respect.
Can you guys see me now? Am I there? No.
Could it be that you're looking at the StreamYards window and not the Zoom window?
I don't know.
Oh.
I honestly don't know what's happened. I mean, now suddenly I can see you guys. Hang on, wait a second. I'm stopping video. Now I'm back, right?
Okay. Yeah, you're back.
There we go.
All right.
Okay.
I'll restart the clock.
By the way, your background is freaking me out, man.
Well, it was either that one or I was going to have the Hall of Justice behind me.
Meanwhile, at the Hall of Family.
Yeah,
Stupid.
all week I've been saying that. I'm like, where have I heard that? And then I heard you saying it on Campy. I'm like, that's where it was.
On HBO Max, so that was from the the very first iteration of Super Friends.
Yeah.
That was the first year when they had like the geek computer, and it's on HBO Max. You know, and
Yeah,
you
with
can hear it.
Ted Knight.
Ted Knight. Meanwhile, yeah,
Yeah.
he did all that. It's
Ted
fantastic.
Knight, who I believe was from Rhode Island, and I believe he's also buried somewhere in Rhode Island. as
And
well.
I think that was actually 1973. I think that's what it was dated. I'm like, well, that makes sense. But that was the first. I think they only did that for the first year. Then they had the Legion of Doom and all that. It was Wendy and Marvin. It predates Zan and Jaina, the Wonder Twins, the hour-long ones. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
it's good stuff.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Pluto TV as well, and like they have. I found Too Close for Comfort on there. The last show that Ted Knight ever did.
Yep.
And then I started watching. I went through the whole 3 series of Father Ted. I don't know if you've ever seen this show. It is.
I've seen
hilarious.
Father Ted.
I love Father Ted. That's hilarious.
Well, I know you're a fan. You're a fan of that stuff. I mean, I wouldn't have
You know, I
Columbo
don't-
without you. By the way, this
Yeah, I just
Columbo
don't
box set is the dopest shit ever.
I know. I just watched the.
It's so good.
I just watched the Leonard Nimoy episode last night.
It's just
It's a
who wasn't
great
on that
episode.
show? It's so good.
Yeah, like everybody was on it. Like all the old stars and a couple of Peter Falk's friends.
So good.
Yeah, it's a great set. I was like, because when I got that for you, I'm like, that sounds really good. I should get. Yeah, I'm gonna get that for myself, and I got it, and I love it.
I mean, it's funny. Here's something. It's put me in kind of into a philosophical conundrum, in the sense that the show was made in the 70s. You know that they cut negative on all these episodes, so there's negative, and they're only on DVD. And as much as I love Blu-ray, and Blu-ray HD is 6 times greater than NTSC video. But even I understand, looking at this, there's no way you could get anybody to drop the amount of money it would have taken to transfer all of these things again to Blu-ray. And it does bother me that classic, because what I think about this show is in 100 years, people can still watch this show and be entertained by it. So it's one of those things that should be in 4K. They might not ever do it, but it should be. It's that good.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for all of your work here on the network as well.
Dude, he's the goof emeritus.
The goof
he
emeritus,
is the man.
The what is it? The moderator extraordinaire.
Moderator extraordinaire.
Yeah. And we've got coming, Hassoni Parker is joining us now. So let me go ahead and add Hassoni.
I feel the wind every time Hassoni's here. It's like a hurricane.
You never know what's going to happen.
The Swedish hurricane is here.
Hello, Rob.
What's up, man? How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm good. You're sitting. You're in the back. The Kill Bill poster.
Exactly, bro.
So, how are things, man?
Things are good. I'm just chilling.
So you're in Sweden. Tell the folks at home, where in Sweden are you?
I'm in Jönköping.
And where is that?
It's in the middle of Sweden. It's like the heart of Sweden, almost.
Yep.
It's in the middle of everything. So I'm close to Stockholm. I'm close to Gothenburg and to Malmö and to Norway,
So today what time is it in Sweden right now?
Now it's 23:33.
So 11:33 at night. 11:30 p.m. on Saturday.
Exactly.
So for us here, we're in the Pacific time zone. So it's 2:32 in the afternoon, and it's 11:30 where you are.
Exactly. So it's close to midnight. My favorite time.
Are you like a gremlin? If they feed you after midnight, do you become evil and sprout big ears?
Not evil, but I come like a vibe, like a movie vibe.
All right, that's cool. I like that.
Movie, you know what I mean? It's
midnight. I love that. At midnight, you become a cult movie. Yes. I love that. That's cool.
Yes, you're cool.
Well, no. I'm just you know what? Here's the thing. They say if you're around long enough, you see the hero become the villain.
Yeah.
If you're old enough, the nerd becomes cool. Because the post-geek singularity, what I said all the time, we won. The nerds won. The geeks won.
The nerds won.
We won the world. And boy, I wish that if I was in high school now, dating with my nerd knowledge, man, I could be like the Richard Gere. I could be the American Gigolo of nerds.
You would.
I could go to an anime convention. I mean, not looking this way, but I mean, I could. Can you imagine going? The fact that there's anime conventions at all. I mean, Israel can speak to this, but my God. I mean, I went to conventions. It was old sweaty dudes rifling through long boxes of comics.
Okay.
And the only women that were there were filk singing, and they sounded like Joan Baez. It was not good. It's not good.
Well, I love me some nerd girls, bro.
Well, nerd girls today, they're like, let me tell you about my favorite hentai. I'm like, oh my God. Do we not live in the greatest world ever? We live in the greatest timeline. I mean, come on now. I mean, but then again, the problem is, as dudes, Then you have to live up to the hentai videos the girls today have been fantasizing about. And that's where at least I come up a little short.
Bro, if I could choose like one dream girl, it's a girl who can watch like movies with me endlessly and just talk about them, endlessly.
Okay.
That's the perfect girl for me.
Now, okay, but that's what you want.
Yes.
Now let me ask you this. This perfect girl, she does exactly what you want. What do you think she might want from you?
Equality.
Well, no. She's got interests, hopes, dreams herself. And if she's willing to indulge your interests, how far are you willing to go to do the opposite?
I can go so far, so I can just shut the fuck up one night and just listen to her just talk.
Wait, one night? Wait, one night? Hang on. Let me ask you this. Let's assume I'm your girlfriend. All right.
Let's assume that.
Let's just assume for a minute I'm your girlfriend. And I'm like, Sony, I have spent a long time I've been working at a nonprofit for a long time. We're trying to change the climate. We're trying to change the world. And what I expect from you is I need you once a week. I need you to come to these fundraisers with me where we go out and we're throwing something to talk about climate change, talk about women's rights, talk about cancer research. Are you going to come out and help me win over the population? Will you do that once a week for me?
Yes, I would.
Yeah? Because I have to watch those fucked up movies you're showing me all like, exactly. How many Marvel movies do I have to watch? I mean, Jesus Christ. How many superhero movies are you going to show me? There's what?
All the superhero movies.
Okay, as long as, look, if you want to date me, you got to come out to my nonprofit events. You have to look good. And by the way, I expect you to look good. I want you in a tailored suit. I want you to wear some Tom Ford cologne. I want you to have some. By the way, shoes are important because girls look at shoes. They better be mirrors. You better fucking look good, my friend. All right, so it's good to know that you can date me, my female self.
If you were a girl, Rob, yes.
If I was a girl, as long as the shoes are good and you dress well. All right.
Yes.
All right, that's good. Just want to make sure, buddy.
You're a funny guy, Rob.
But let me ask you this: how's the comic book coming?
The comic book is going really, really great, man.
Yeah, because you have issue. Yeah, we don't. How's issue 4 coming?
Issue 4, the script is almost done.
Yeah.
And the cover is done, and now we're working with the characters and the style of them. So hopefully next year we're gonna have issue 4.
Nice.
Yeah. And
that's
you will
good.
Get the third you will get number 1, number 2, and 3 in a couple of weeks. You'll get
that'd be awesome. Now let me ask you, are you does number 4 end the first story?
No, because number 4 is a parallel because it's a prequel, because I'll show you here. Like we have first here is the number 1.
Right, yeah.
Number 2 is a prequel because we go back in history.
Mm-hmm.
So number 3 is a sequel to number 1. So number 4 will be a sequel to number 2.
I only ask is, are you planning to republish all of them in a collected graphic novel format?
That's the goal, yes.
Now, how many issues do you think? Do you think 6?
We think 10, because
wow.
If we have 10, we could have like a mini omnibus.
Right, yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's
the goal. But the biggest goal is to make it into TV or something.
Right, but that's very cool. I mean, 10 issues, that's very ambitious. Well done.
Yeah. And the ending, Rob.
You know what? You can date me. I don't want unambitious men dating me. I don't like that. If you're going to go for 10 issues, I'm all about that. That's okay. Good for you.
Sony, thank you so much for joining us today.
Dude, always good to see you. I'm so excited that you're the comic books. It's fantastic. By the way, I hope everyone understands the idea of me dating a Sony was a hypothetical. Not that I have any problem, but I myself, I have a lovely lady in my life, and I'm not going to fly off to Sweden. I just want to make sure people know, I'm open, but I'm very content. Just saying. Everyone's like, it was just a fun little bit that we were doing.
Yeah, you should have seen the comments when the when that was going down. I just put up Irene's comment, singing "Bring on the."
Oh
Wheel.
my god! Oh my god! Don't Irene Jobson would love all of that. I could date. I could date anybody. She'd be right there. Is Irene here? God bless Irene Jobson.
Is here. Yep. And also,
I mean, I know she's a married mom and all that, but let me tell you, Irene Jobson, I wish I had met her in high school because goddamn, we would have had fun.
Marcus McGruber is also here, patiently waiting, so we got him coming in. Marcus, you should be able to unmute now.
What's up, man? Oh, we can't hear you. Is he unmuted? Is that us?
He is unmuted on Zoom, but it might be an issue over on his end. He is unmuted here.
Don't start the timer yet.
No, I won't. We'll wait to get you set up. I see headphones.
In a world where Marcus McGruber is
McGruber.
McGruber.
We are not hearing you, unfortunately,
It
Marcus.
might be a adjustment on the computer, old computer. Actually, you know what? On the Zoom software or whatever. It might. Oh, now we can hear you.
We can hear you now.
We can hear you now.
All right. Hey, Rob.
Marcus, what is up, my friend?
Nice to meet you. I'm a longtime fan since like way back in the AMC Heroes days.
Wow, dude, that goes back. That was the beginning of my YouTube streaming. Episode 6 of AMC Heroes. Schnepp brought me on.
I cried when I found out about him. That's how much I love that guy.
He was amazing. I mean, everything about it. You know what? He was a giant, gentle bear of a man that, and you know what John loved more than anything? He loved the creativity of people. If
John
you had
was
made
awesome.
it didn't matter what you did. He loved all that. It was when he called me up and asked me, I would not even be here right now. He called me up one day and asked me, he goes, "Hey, Rob, come down to do this show." I'm like, "What?" I'm on this YouTube show. I'm like, "YouTube?" And it's funny now because that was 8 years ago. In April, it will have been 8 years ago. I was on Collider Heroes, AMC Heroes, episode 6. That was my first. I didn't know who John Campea was. I didn't know anything about AMC here, and that was the first time I was on YouTube. And we did like 300 plus shows because he was a great man.
Yeah, I loved every time you were on that panel, and I loved a lot of those people on that show. But yeah, it's so awesome to be talking to you. I can't believe I'm talking to you. I've been on here. I've been, like I said, a fan, but I don't always.
Now, where are you coming to us from right now?
I'm in Chicago, where it's
nice
warming up. It warmed up to 40 degrees. It was 8 degrees when we woke up, so we're good now.
Chicago, Buck Rogers and the Buck Rogers TV series is from Chicago. He even sings "Chicago, Chicago, you're my kind of." Gino's East.
Yes.
Probably not. I mean,
I'm from Pennsylvania, so I'm a New York pizza guy.
All right.
But Chicago is really cinematic here. It's so beautiful, down
I
by
love
river.
the museum that has the big like silver sculpture that you can take selfies with the reflections. It's great. I've been to Chicago twice. And both times were fantastic. I love Chicago. I love it.
You have to make sure you come in the summer, our 2 months of summer, July and August. Check out our beaches next time.
Yeah, I have to say, I was in Chicago. The last time I was there was for New Year's. And I was staying at the W, right? You could see the wharf. I know it was cold AF, but oh my God, did I have fun. You know what I love about Chicago? It's a real drinking town.
Yeah.
I mean, it is and you go to a bar in Chicago, it is so much fun. The people that are there, the conversations that are to be had, the music. When I was in Chicago last time for New Year's, some guy gave me a flyer for some rap show the night in a warehouse to see local rap performers. Man, they were good. I didn't know. I'd never heard of anyone. It was great. Chicago has great music, great booze, great food, great people. It's a great town, man. I love Chicago.
We love to drink. I don't drink Malort. That's the drink here that it tastes like burnt dandelions. It's really bad, but it's a rite of passage. You have to drink it when you move here. So,
I love you came from Pennsylvania.
yeah, Allentown.
Oh,
It's a Billy
nice.
Joel song.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we have to learn about that in middle school. Like it's a whole week that you just spend hearing that song. So I hate that song. It's burned into my brain.
Well, it's good to me. Listen, it's great to meet you. Great to have you here. So listen, ask me anything. What do you want to know? What do you want me to
There's so many things I could talk to you about, but maybe in the future. But I'm Groovy Don't Play, by the way, on Google's. So
okay.
You might know that I love the X-Men films, at least most
yes.
of them. And somebody mentioned that YouTuber Grace Randolph, and I do watch some of her stuff.
Sure.
You know, I find her all right, and I think she puts on a good show. But
she puts on a good show, and I've watched her for years. The funny thing is, I don't know her. I've never spoken to her. I don't. And people are always like, and people tag me in DMs with her. I'm like, I don't know Grace Randolph, and I really respect what she's done with her channel.
Yeah, I don't know how reliable she is, but I'm hoping she didn't get my hopes up. But recently she said that her sources tell her Kevin Feige really wants to say goodbye to the original X-Men cast somehow in the multiverse saga. And that is my dream because I love the 2000 to, the first three and Days of Future Past. I really love all the films because I'm an easy to please guy when it comes to films, but I would just love a scene with James Marsden, Anna Paquin, whoever can show up, looking great, because they all look great. They all still look great. Just something that could be a little bit better than the end of Days of Future Past, where we saw them all, but they were just like chilling.
But I have to say, I cried when I saw Cyclops and Jean Grey. I'll tell you. So I don't know if you know, but like, I went to film school with Bryan Singer. I've known him for 30 years. I produced all the special features on the X-Men 1.5 and X2 documentaries. I was on set for those and did all that work. And of course, I was with Bryan for a year in Australia doing Superman Returns. And here's the thing about Bryan is I thought he did a fantastic job. I'm even a fan, even though it's uneven. I'm a fan of X-Men Apocalypse.
I knew you were going to say that. Me too.
I think, and I think there's a lot of great stuff in X-Men. And I don't know if you've seen my desk at the John Campia show. Lately, I've added all my X-Men figures. I keep adding more and more and more but yeah, I'm a huge fan. And I think that, look, I don't care what anyone says. Aaron, the Ralph Boner in WandaVision, that's Quicksilver, man. I mean, it's
hope you're right.
No, it totally is. And I
have a theory that, I think Hollywood execs take the wrong message a lot of times from certain films being successful, but nostalgia right now, especially with what happened with bringing Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield in, they look at the box office and they might just say, 1 + 1 equals 1.
Look at Wolverine. Billion. We're getting Wolverine and Deadpool. I guarantee you that whatever the Secret Wars movies turn out to be, I think every person, this is my prediction, every person all the way back to Blade and Wesley Snipes, every single person, I think Blade's 98? I think that every character that's ever been a Marvel character, whether it's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., whether it's Ben Affleck as Daredevil, I think every single character is going to be a part of Secret Wars. Or I honestly believe that, because it would be fucking awesome and everybody would love it. And you know who knows that more than anyone? Kevin Feige.
Rob, would that include Roger Corman's Fantastic Four?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think it would, only because that movie was actually suppressed. Like they never could officially release it. but I do think, I mean, I think
Captain America with Salinger.
No. But I think Chris Evans could play both Human Torch and Captain America.
Yeah.
And how cool would that be in the Battle World Jonathan Hickman Secret Wars thing? Because and Kevin Feige knows. It's so funny. What I don't understand, the guy makes 23 movies. Everybody loves the Infinity Saga. And if you go back and you watch Thor: The Dark World or Iron Man 2, I loved Iron Man 3 anyway, but you watch even like Captain Marvel. I understand that Captain Marvel's pretty fucking good. And you know what's going to make it better? Having read the scripts, Secret Invasion.
Oh, cool.
Secret Invasion is fucking dope as fuck. And I don't care what anyone says. Although, never mind.
Okay.
I'm just saying the first episode, I want to say all of you speculators should stock up on a particular Hot Toys figure, but I'm not going to say who that is or why that is.
You don't want to give any major spoilers here. So.
By the way, I still owe... She asked me, I keep forgetting. Did I send you? No, she's not there. She asked me to send her the Secret Invasion scripts. I keep forgetting to do so.
Yeah. You sent me the pilot. You sent me the pilot. I got to read the pilot one.
So you read the first episode?
Oh, yeah.
So you know what happens at the end of episode 1?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's an amazing. And when
script. I read that, I'm like, I'm buying this Hot Toys figure, which is right over there. Because they're never going to make another one.
I know.
Oh, wait. Never mind.
Hey. All right. Hey, thanks to Roger for joining us. I mean, sorry, Marcus, not Roger. Marcus for joining us earlier. Thank you so much.
Mr. McGruber, great to make your acquaintance. Thanks for being a longtime fan. And goddamn, to hear someone enjoy the X-Men films and I, a little love to Apocalypse. I know it's not perfect, but.
All right, and we've got Israel coming on board. King Tannic himself.
King Tannic, the man who debuted his show.
That's right. The newest.
The man who debuted his show. Oh, he's probably going to the bathroom.
Rob.
No, he's there.
Yes,
Rob.
He's there.
Rob, I got stuck in the multiverse.
Okay. First of all, we haven't talked, but congratulations. I mean, if you've seen, I know it's a slow start, but still, it's been jumping up. You've done a fantastic job with your show.
Thank you. Let me finish this bit and we'll talk. Okay. Because I put a lot of effort into this joke I'm about to do.
Please hang on. I give you the floor.
Okay. We got to restart. Pretend the call just started.
Wait. Yeah.
Okay. Anime. I'm trapped in the multiverse. Star Wars. Whoa. My feature-length documentary, Voices of... What? How did this happen? My YouTube channel where you can subscribe today. What? Okay, sorry.
Dude, showmanship. No, so for those of you who don't know, people watching live, this is King Tannic, Israel, who launched a show this week on the Burnettwork, the Otaku Experience. By the way, well done. I think it's a great show. Really interesting. I mean, it's not, unfortunately, you launch it on an old middle-aged cis white male show, but we're going to get your audience. And the fact that you're a 20-year-old studly, Elizabeth's like, that Israel's a very handsome man. I'm like, the guy's 20. Come on, man. You can't be saying that shit. You're going to get canceled. She's like, that doesn't matter. His show's good and he's handsome. I'm like, okay. Elizabeth, anoints you handsome. What can I say? But the show is really good and well done. And by the way, very informative. I appreciate the research, dude. I didn't know what you were going to do. I thought the show was great.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hi, Elizabeth. Sorry, Rob. But yeah,
great.
No, but it
she'll be like, can you give me his number? You cradle robbing,
bro. No, Rob doesn't even have my number. I'm too.
I don't.
I'm too busy.
I don't know. You know what it is? It's all about social media. But no, what I have to say, what I really appreciate about what you did, you didn't just make a great show that's well produced, but you also gave me all this great information and I'm watching because you put in all the timestamps, Google picks that up, and the individual stuff is, if you've noticed, you've got hundreds of new views in the last 2 days. It's been jumping up. It's really interesting to watch.
It has. It's weird because it's not on my channel, so I don't get notifications, or it's not in my analytics or anything like that. So I have to go and look at the video itself and look at the comments and see what's going on there and see what the response is. But the response has been great. I'm happy that people like it. I'm glad to hear what you're saying about the search results. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, don't look as I think that I've always wanted to have a network. That was the whole point of this. And I love anime, and the problem is my knowledge of anime is so old school. It's so 70s and 80s and stuff. I talk about my love of Japanese super robots like Grandizer and Great Mazinga and Go Nagai's Getter Robo and Getter Robo G and Space Battleship Yamato or Dougram. Or people look at me going, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "It's 70s and early 80s." They don't know what the hell I'm saying. But I still love even stuff like Area 88, which I have these anime movies. Nobody knows what they are. And Vampire Hunter D. I have a one sheet for that. But it's all, but modern anime is, and I have like Weathering with You, which you talk about.
I love that movie so much.
Dude, I have I have the box set.
I wanted it. I have the Blu-ray. Can I tell you a story about Weathering with You?
So good.
So Weathering with You actually, growing up, I had based on things that had happened in my youth, but I went to therapy for a while, and I was diagnosed with bipolar depression and ADHD, and so my bipolar depression would swing in at being caused by a specific thing, and the worst case I've ever had was caused by Weathering with You.
And you know what? I understand that.
The reason why is because, as you know, I want to make movies. I want to be a filmmaker. I watched that movie, and I felt that movie was so perfect that I would never be able to make anything like it. And that kind of made me think, is it even worth trying this anymore? And I went through a series of 3 months of the worst depression I ever went through.
Okay, hang on. Have you watched The Fabelmans?
I have.
So when Spielberg talks about, there's a point when he sees a film that he thinks he can't. Maybe I'm conflating what he said in real life to the movie, but Spielberg had that same Dark Night of the Soul.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Israel. You are a filmmaker. You're a filmmaker. You've made a documentary already. You're 20 years old. And even your YouTube show, don't make a mistake. You are a filmmaker, and you have a lot to say. Don't leave all that bullshit behind. The fact is, you're doing the work. Don't ever think you're not a filmmaker, because you are. And by the way, please plug your documentary. Tell the world right now, what documentary did you make?
So I made a documentary, Voices of Central. Let me pull up let me go back into the multiverse real quick. Hang on. Okay, so there it is. Voices. Okay, it's not going to work. You're going to see something. Okay, Voices of Central. It's a show choir documentary. I spent about a year with a high school show choir, and I followed them throughout, where they went to different competitions, and then they eventually went out of state and competed nationally, and I followed them there. And the film is sort of a study in the lives of some of the students in the show choir, and the things that they take away as they move on to the next stage of their life after that.
Well, let me just say, you are a filmmaker. You're 20 years old, and you're making incredible YouTube shows. You've already made an amazing documentary. Look, I understand people can tell you anything, and you don't have to internalize it or not. but the fact is, you are a filmmaker and you have a unique voice. And I hope, hey, if this channel, I already love your show. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the Otaku Experience will debut every Thursday at 2 Pacific Standard Time, and when daylight saving comes on, Pacific Daylight Time, and that will be King Tanic's show about all the weekly information about anime. It's a great show. So, Yisrael, as you would say, don't ever think you're not a filmmaker. You are. You've already made films, and you're doing a great YouTube show. And I'm very proud to have you on this channel. Very proud. You've done a great job, sir.
Thank you, Israel. We are down to our last question, Rob.
Well, my God, only 4 hours. We're early.
Early.
It's amazing.
It's Justin Toner. Welcome,
And
Justin.
great to end with Justin. Justin, how are you, sir?
Doing good, Rob. Trying to stay warm because I live in Rochester, which is an hour east of Buffalo, and we went negative last night with the wind chill up here. It was really cold. It's currently about 20 degrees right now, so by tomorrow afternoon on Sunday, we back up in the 40s, thankfully. So it's rapidly warming up. But it was.
Here's the thing: a great opportunity. Just watch your physical media.
Yeah, yep, and I'm definitely doing that tonight. I'm trying to figure out what to watch. Picked up a lot of stuff last couple weeks. Still waiting for stuff. My Vinegar Syndrome order from Beyond 4K still hasn't shipped yet.
Dude, mine shipped. Maybe
yeah.
I'll get mine shipped with Infernal Rapist and
you got Infernal Rapist.
Dude, how could I not get Infernal Rapist?
Yeah,
People
no,
like,
that's
you're canceled, demonetized. Yes, yes. After I watched the trailer, I'd never heard of that movie. I'm like, oh,
that movie looks nuts.
I had to get it. And people live on YouTube like, you are look, man, I've been canceled so many times. I'm like,
yeah. Oh yeah,
I didn't remaster it and put it out. When I saw the trailer, I actually tweeted it out. And it was funny because I watched the trailer. I'm like, should I tweet this out? But I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm going to tweet it out. You guys watch this.
Yeah.
No, but it was.
That's why Vinegar Syndrome was so cool. Because I'm like, there's movies. So some of these movies I've never heard of, and then I read them like, well, that's fascinating.
Well, the funny thing is Vinegar Syndrome as a physical media source, they put out, I love to call it 70s bush porn. And when I say that, no one was shaving their private parts.
Yeah, they're the Picorama, and those will be on sale.
They're Picorama, getting a Taboo box set. I love the fact that Roller, they've done such a great job. And I'm a huge fan of late 60s. I love Euro softcore smut from the late 60s, mid 70s. I love all that because they were all trying to make like really great artistic, beautiful films, yet with sex in them. Well, nowadays, I mean, you can log on to whatever porn site you want and get whatever you want.
Yeah,
that's not erotic. That's not fun. That's not. It's just explicit. It's just graphic. But like, I love watching people that wanted to make like X-rated movies that have these amazing plots. Like, we're going to a castle in Europe, and one of my if you guys have not seen this movie, I implore all of you, you must see. There's a filmmaker named Radley Metzger. And Radley Metzger made a lot of softcore Euro, I call it bush porn because, pubic hair and all that. But Radley Metzger made a movie called The Licorice Quartet that I actually have on Blu-ray. And then as he moved into the 70s, he changed his name to Henry Paris, and he made X-rated films like Barbara Broadcast or the Afternoons of Pamela Mann. But if you go back and you watch, I think The Licorice Quartet, which is a very weird European surreal. If Hammer Films made porno,
oh god,
or softcore, they would have made the Licorice Quartet. So if you guys have not seen the Licorice Quartet, check it out, because it's really, you can watch the trailer. It's really interesting. And he also made a movie called, which I love, called The Licorice. It's called The Image. The Image. So go get Radley. He made Camille 2000. You can go back earlier, but watch The Image and watch the Licorice Quartet and report back. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I just ordered some more stuff from them because, well, my order will probably ship this week because, like, they probably got so much business from the anniversary sale that's why I'm like, I'm a patient with it, so it'll be worth the wait to get the.
By the way, their packaging is great. Whenever they package their stuff, I mean,
yeah,
I love Vinegar Syndrome. I mean, I have a whole stack. I mean, look at this. I mean, that's Vinegar Syndrome. They're putting out other crazy stuff. I mean, they've done.
I just picked up their partner labels. I grabbed some documentaries. Some of their partner labels put out some wrestling documentaries. They put out the Glow one. They put out the one on Bret Hart, Wrestling with Shadows, which is fantastic. It's the 25th anniversary. Release. It's got new special features, and they also released this new documentary about the making of Clue the movie. They interviewed John Evelyn and all the surviving cast members. I didn't know that this. I hadn't heard that this apparently just came out. This documentary. It's only available in theaters. It's now not even on streaming. And so I pre-ordered that sucker because I love that movie. So
no, I mean, there's so much really interesting stuff. I mean, what I love about Vinegar Syndrome is, look, I fell in love with that company when they put out Liquid Sky. And for those of you who don't know, Liquid Sky was a film that came out in the early 80s. It was directed by a Russian immigrant named Slava Sukerman. And according to him, he wanted to make a movie that reflected the America he was taught existed when he lived in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And so Liquid Sky is a film. It's a total, I want to say it's 82. And it's set in the New York punk rock fashion world. And this is the premise of the movie. I swear to God. An alien flying saucer the size of a dinner plate lands on the roof of this very androgynous model. And the alien lives off the opiate that's produced by the human brain at the moment of orgasm.
Oh boy.
So when you come, the alien shoots a crystal shard into your brain, which kills you.
Oh my God.
It eats the opiate produced by your brain while you come. So, and this is the best part. The movie stars a woman named Anne Carlisle, who plays both the female and the male characters in the film. So she plays the male lead and the female lead. They're both models in the underground New York punk scene. And Paula Shepherd, who is in Alice, Sweet Alice, she plays a punk rock superstar. And our female protagonist thinks that her orgasms are killing her lovers. And there's a German UFOologist who's tracking this alien to her house. Let me tell you, I saw this movie when it first came out in the early 80s, and I loved it. I owned the DVD. I thought the negative was lost. I thought I would never get a high definition version of Liquid Sky. Enter Vinegar Syndrome. Vinegar Syndrome found the negative of Liquid Sky, somehow found it, put out a dope special edition of this movie. Oh my God. Interviewed everybody. God bless that company, because who knew? I know you're all looking at me going, what the fuck are you talking about? All I can say is, if you have not seen Liquid Sky, seek it out. If you have an open mind,
On that note, Justin, thank you for joining us. Rob, that is it. We are done.
First of all, thank you, Roberto Suarez. Thank you to all you great members. I love these chats. Thank you for being here. It's so great to have you. And these chats are so much fun. And unless you, Roberto, could do them. And by the way, tonight, Lael Rockwell and I will be around for Midnight Musings. The first is maybe the first Midnight Musings of
what?
Of February.
Of February, it would be
of Valentine's month
on its way.
We're gonna share the love tonight. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, so
and Arun did say that that she was able to start early if you needed to.
Well, yeah, let's start an hour early. And by the way, check out her new show on the Burnettwork. It was dropped yesterday. Check it out. And it's also very interesting. I have bones to pick with her, I must say. But
all right,
we will talk later.
Sounds good. Thanks everybody for joining us. And then Rob, tomorrow we'll see you in Let's Get Physical also. Will there be an episode of Let's Get Physical Media tomorrow?
Oh my God, yes. And as you know, where is it? We are. It's over here. For those of you, we are about to hit the 100th episode of Let's Get Physical Media. We are giving away this 30th anniversary 4K box set of Sony Pictures Classics films. All you have to do for the 100th episode is write and tell us, why do you love physical media? And here's the thing. We're going to give the top 3 letters. And you people, you imagination connoisseurs, you members of this, the Post Geek Singularity, you're going to pick the winner.
Nice.
Who gets this? Up to you.
All right. Awesome. Well, check it out tomorrow and tonight for more Rob and more content here on the Burnettwork. And Rob, until next time, we'll see you in a few weeks.
Yes, you will.
All right. Take care, everybody.